Hello, hello, hello. A warm welcome to everyone who is joining us for this third day of the Interagency Coordination Meeting for Ready Track 1, Safeguarding Heritage Collections, Traditions and Practices in the Face of Disasters, Extreme Weather Events, and Complex Emergencies. Today, we have a session, engaging session planned for you. It will start with a moderated session, and it's my pleasure to introduce the moderator for today's session, and that is Caroline Montiel, who is the head of UNESCO's Emergency Operations and Programs Unit for Culture and Emergencies. She leads UNESCO's Culture in Emergencies work, including preparedness, response, and recovery for cultural heritage, and oversees the Heritage Emergency Fund as well as its museums program. She previously served as a culture program specialist in UNESCO's regional office for Eastern Africa, working across cultural heritage protection, intangible heritage, world heritage, museums, and the fight against illicit trafficking of cultural property. So we are very honored to have you here, Caroline, to lead us through this discussion on amplifying impact through strategic partnerships in and beyond the sector. So over to you, Caroline.
Thank you so much, Aparna. And I just want to express how honored UNESCO is to take part in this session today. So as Aparna said, my name's Caroline Monte. I'm the head of UNESCO's Emergency Operations and Programs Unit for the Culture and Emergencies entity at UNESCO, based in our headquarters in Paris. It's really a pleasure to be moderating this concluding session for the Ready Track 1 Symposium. Over the past days, we have heard really inspiring examples from participants, partners, and different institutions who have been working to strengthen preparedness, emergency response, and resilience for your heritage collections, your living traditions, and cultural practices in the face of disasters, conflicts, and climate-related risks. These discussions remind us that across the heritage field, many important training and capacity development initiatives are already underway, reflecting a strong, sustained commitment to safeguarding cultural heritage worldwide. At the same time, the increasingly connected nature of today's crisis calls on us to think collectively about how the impact of these efforts can be further amplified, sustained, and translated into longer-term institutional and policy change. One of the key questions before us today It's how the lessons, evidence, and partnerships generated through practice can help address gaps in preparedness, coordination, and recovery frameworks. How can local experience and field-based methodologies inform national and regional policies? And how can they strengthen cooperation across sectors? How can they help ensure that culture and heritage are more systematically integrated into humanitarian action, disaster risk reduction, climate adaptation, sustainable development, and peace-building agendas? In this regard, UNESCO offers an important normative framework through our culture conventions and our recommendations, which provide a shared international foundation for protecting and safeguarding culture in all its forms. But conventions alone are not enough. Their implementation depends on practical action, institutional collaboration, capacity development, and the active engagement of communities and professionals on the ground. This is where initiatives such as READY become especially important. They help transform principles into practice. They create spaces for testing approaches, building partnerships, generating evidence, and demonstrating how integrated and people-centered approaches can strengthen resilience in real contexts. What has emerged clearly through the Ready Track 1 field projects is that cultural heritage is not only vulnerable in times of crisis. Heritage can also serve as a powerful resource for resilience, social cohesion, recovery, and community engagement. The projects presented through the symposium have demonstrated the value of bringing together heritage professionals, local communities, emergency responders, civil protection authorities, researchers, and development actors around shared objectives and coordinated action. This concluding session aims to continue that spirit of collaboration and strategic exchange. Through the roundtable discussions that will follow, we hope to reflect together on how partnerships, knowledge sharing, and coordinated action can continue to shape policies, strengthen implementation mechanisms, and reinforce the role of culture and heritage within wider planning and decision-making processes at local, national, regional, and international levels. So let's get started with our roundtable. And our first question will really reach out to Juha-Pekka Japola. And this will give us a perspective from the European Commission Directorate General for European Civil Protection and Humanitarian Aid Operations, DG ECHO as they're known. So to start, I'd like to ask, how do you see initiatives such as READY helping to bridge existing gaps between the cultural heritage sector and the wider civil protection, humanitarian, and disaster risk management systems in Europe? Over to you. Thanks.
Thanks, Caroline, and thanks for Ready and all the people for the kind invitation. I'm usually just called JP. That's a little bit easier to pronounce for most people, but and I think Caroline raised very good points that and I'll emphasize most of all the practical implementation that was on all of the various dimensions she mentioned. Maybe I'll give a short background so you understand where it's coming from. So DG ECHO, as many of you likely know, is the so-called coordinating operational arm of the European Commission and the EU's member states on responses, prevention, and preparedness to disasters. So we do not only cover cultural heritage, which is, to be fair, it's one sector among others with let's say floods and wildfires and so on, and protecting humans and protecting other assets, but it's nonetheless an important sector in that side. So we coordinate the EU member states and the Union Civil Protection Mechanism's participant states responses, but also prevention and preparedness to all disasters. So it's a very operational role in that sense. Likewise, we fund projects that support those endeavors. I will give you one very good example and a success story on everything that Carolyn just mentioned over there and how it can be actually made into a success story. And in these projects, which is part of my job more, or our unit's job more, to support the preparedness and the operational response via projects, I say we highlight the importance of sustainability more than anything else. So not many people in our domain would like projects that just go on and then they disappear without any long-term effect. I mean, I think this is quite self-explanatory for everybody that's not cost-effective for anybody. But I'll give a few good examples, including how Ready is supporting this and how that can become sustainable. So I'd say, for a lack of better word, grinding is the best way to head to it. So Ready project and the trainings it has done, and among others also EU projects, they have to reach a critical mass of people that will have enough collaboration, enough training, enough knowledge between the sectors. So let's say the more civilian side of cultural heritage protection, but also then the first responders and disaster risk management of the more, let's say, uniform people. A couple of trainings here and there will not cut it, because I mean that might have let's say 100 people, but there needs to be a critical mass of maybe even thousands of people, and we are all living in a very complex time, so our brains might not always have enough to comprehend everything on each other's sides. For example, I participated in one of the Ready trainings on behalf of the Commission to let's say investigate or to see how it is going. And for example, one issue I noticed that many of the cultural heritage protection, or let's say civilian side of cultural heritage protection, did not know that they could ask for satellite mappings for their risk assessments. I'll start even putting some links into the chat, because those might be helpful for you instead of remembering very complex namings. But it's a very standard procedure for disaster risk managers to ask for EU-level satellite mappings to support disaster risk planning. So, for example, what are the flood risks in a certain area, and this can be asked for. Finally, I could put it in the link. This can be asked for example, that the museum is in a flood risk zone, and what would be the satellite imaging analyst's opinion and evaluation of what is the flood risk to a museum, for example. That has been done in many cases, but it was a clear indication that while the work is super good and we are reaching the critical mass in both sectors, but there's still, I mean, hints of areas that warrant more and more training on that side. But I wouldn't say that that's one of the, let's say, best ways, capacity building and training, to increase just the knowledge between different parties. But then again, a long part of the, let's say, so-called grind is to just get the evidence and get the administrative procedures to make these into sustainable governmental features. So, I mean, for example, one NGO, while very important in their own sector in preserving cultural heritage, they will not necessarily have the means and the muscle as a government, legally operating governmental module or team on cultural heritage protection. So you might have, or very likely have heard of the EU project, or the EU funded project, ProCultures, which is now starting the 4th iteration. And it took them, depends on the calculation, but approximately 6 years for them to grind through the EU and national bureaucracies so that they could create, or EU itself could create a cultural heritage protection module in the European Civil Protection Pool. So that effectively means that there is now an option, once a few EU member state countries verify and register a module to it, that a team of cultural heritage protection people will be sent either before a crisis or during a crisis, after a crisis or a disaster, to support in cultural heritage protection affairs. So these modules are often then verified. They have a strict standards how they should operate. They have equipment they need. The experts have to be verified and so on. But that is by far say from our viewpoint, by far the most amplifying and meaningful step in, at least in the EU domain, to create a very sustainable operational tool for cultural heritage protection. If you actually go through many of our legislation and standards and so on, it doesn't exist very often. So that is a huge achievement for the project and all the levels of government and organizations that have been, all the people that have been part of it. And I still emphasize the grind that it took 6 years, and for example, they positively push themselves into exercises with civil protection managers, that they would where these modules are tested first in the exercises, and those are very also bureaucratic forms of bureaucratic. So it takes a lot of paperwork, a lot of evidence before people are granted entities and so on. So I think these already examples emphasize a lot of the need for like a cross-sectoral collaboration, also knowledge exchange, also evidence that it cannot just necessarily be like that this is important, which is everybody knows it's important, but to have the evidence to support that in these bureaucratic domains, but then making it into official structures, official programs and standards. For example, in this, I can put a link that might on the that explains more those modules that I just mentioned. But for example, in the medical domain, everybody obeys, or not obeys, but everybody follows WHO, so World Health Organization standards. So, for example, why couldn't there be UNESCO standards on cultural heritage protection teams and so on? So this just label what kind of expertise is needed, and that in essence then creates that sustainability, amplifies the strategic effort, because once these are allotted into national laws and bureaucracy and legislation, they will be a lot more long-standing than, let's say, one single alone project. I'm starting to take maybe too much of time, and I don't want to blab. I'm finished. Usually I don't speak a lot, but I can also blab a lot. And I think it's that the people in the room here are much more important than my blah blah. But I think I hope that this gives a good positive emphasis that just grinding, just going through the process and just believing in the process and continuing it, instead of, let's say, I'll say bluntly that don't believe in a unicorn, but believe in your daily, monthly, yearly work, and emphasize the cross collaboration and evidence and knowledge exchange, and aim for those kind of standards and programs, legislation and so on, even in your own countries and local and heritage levels, because at least from this bureaucratic viewpoint, those are the most sustainable options you can do. I'll stop there. Thank you, Karan.
Thank you so much. That really gave us a lot of food for thought, and thank you also for putting the links into the chat. It's really helpful to have the concrete examples of what you were pointing out, and really I see that it was quite useful to all the people listening when I see the reactions as well. I really liked how you talked about the cross-sectoral collaboration and the workshop that I attended in Riga. I really saw the emphasis put on that cross-sectoral collaboration with the training session that Aparna had run. Just to maybe start off the questions, we can see if people listening have some questions to ask you. I think people can raise their hand if they have a question or need more information. But you did touch on, you touched on the kind of partnerships and evidence that are needed. But I wonder if you have, really how you look again at the READY initiative, and really bridging this gap between the broader, cultural heritage sector and humanitarian and disaster risk, but specifically with the focus on Europe. Do you have any other insights that you want to share on that particular point?
How to say particular insights? I mean, ready training is very needed. We have discussed it a lot inside the commission and so on, supported it and so on. And we have supported these kind of trainings in whichever format they move in the future, but they are super needed because I've worked a lot in different sectors as well. I actually come from hard security, so or let's say military domain. So I was originally trained more to destroy cultural heritage. I don't do it, but in any case, it's very often this classic example of silos, that it's hard for people to comprehend other people, like other sides and so on. Of course, we have like I said, there's a complex world. We have a lot of other crises. We have home crisis. We have to sometimes get our kids from kindergarten and so on. It takes a lot of mental effort to understand the other side, and especially if they are like totally different viewpoints. Like, let's say, disaster risk managers can sometimes be, or like they use different. A firefighter might use a totally different terminology than you do, and so on. So I'm kind of my best insight that I've learned at least in our capacity building and also the ready training and so on was and similar many other ones, but is that it takes time. That and like I said, grinding, lots of like continuing the training. I think the ready is like still one could say like it's its first stage, so it's a basic training in a way too. So I mean, then there should be more deeper modules, let's say, like on satellite mappings for the support of cultural heritage protection and so on. So it's got what our education colleagues might want to say like lifelong learning. So I would think the next steps would be in training capacity building initiatives over there, that there would be much more like sustained modules or like a sustained pathway and so on. And hopefully implement it in the governmental affairs as well and in international. So because I mean it's just a frank normal equation that it needs time for people to understand each other and to learn their other ways and to build those trusts and relationships, because it's not like hey, we saw each other in training and that's after we collaborate and so on. So
Yeah.
I think that's my main business.
That is so important. And I saw even in the one-day field training that I participated in, how the ready training really helped the participants translate the language to the different intermediaries, whether it be the media or the fire team on site, all the different people who will be involved in the emergency response. I think that the program did a wonderful job translating the communication, like you mentioned. And I know through UNESCO's 1954 Convention for the Protection of Cultural Property in Times of Armed Conflict, we have a civil-military alliance. And for the past decade or so, we've been developing really targeted training towards military. And one thing we learned in the beginning phases of doing that was how we had to really change the vocabulary. We were so used to talking to people who were in the culture sector and who understood, and then, translating that language. So I think that point that you raised about this need for, adapting the message depending on who we're addressing in this wide ecosystem is really important. And I think for me, my big takeaway in Riga was really the wide ecosystem that Ready was taking into account. It was really inspiring to see how broad the net was cast. And I really have to applaud ICROM again for developing this. Has really been wonderful. But I saw that Stina, I think, who had their hand up?
Stine, yes.
Yes. Would you like to ask a question?
Actually, it was more or less answered already. I was thinking about this idea of having a standardized protocol for how cultural heritage first responders should be trained, or what materials they should have. And I was wondering what could be the main hindrance in putting something like that in place. But of course, it is mostly communication and language, I think. Yeah.
Actually, if I may, there's no hindrance anymore, because that's the basic version of it has been, when I said that the module has been created, So the basic version is created at the same time. I will try to find the exact legal act which has the standard. So, I mean, it is a very bare bones skeleton, like simple version. It can be a lot better too. But of course, then the legal processes need time and so on. So I'd say again, it's the most hindrance is just patience and time. I mean, bureaucrats need a lot of evidence and again, cross-sector cooperation to believe that they should put this into law. But I'll try to find, I'm very sure I can find it because it's a public act. So I'll find the text and you can see what is the basic example. It's only in a European context in that sense. So, I mean, there's much more room to improve from that. And let's say like a UNESCO standard that would be applicable for everywhere. So like I said, the WHO standards are a lot more complex, a lot more detailed and so on, which has, I guess, been built through years and years of painful international negotiations and so on. But it's a starting point at least. So I'll take a moment to find it over there, so you can look at it. So.
Thank you. Aparna.
Yeah, it's just adding to the conversation that's going on and the question that Stine had about standardization. So this is somebody who's been, so to speak, has been in the kitchen. And I have been now, I think, 16 years on, or more than 20 years on, I've been in this work. And this was an aspiration that I also entered this sector in when, I've recently, just to give you an example, fractured my leg very badly. So the doctor gave me, like, he knew after 24 hours, I will need pain medication. After 2 weeks, I will need this. After 6 weeks, I'll be here. After 8 weeks. Can we do something like that in heritage? Yes, we can. The problem is that heritage is also connected with its highly political, social concept, and it is connected with national pride and national, identity and everything. So first of all, standardization would mean everyone will have to kind of look at it from that point of view and agree to it and not have their own methodology. So that's why when ICCROM started working in this field, we focus more on workflows. So what first aid is giving you workflow, like, and also something that what we did with UNESCO in emergency evacuation of heritage collections was focus on workflow, where you have to have this minimum and you have to be able to do X, Y, Z, and in this sequence, in a way, writing a protocol, but without saying it is, we said, now you can adapt it to your national context and to your practice and leaving it for that legal framework, because every country, despite UNESCO conventions, have its own domestication, its own legal frameworks. And that is what is also preventing standardization within the field. That's my take on it. So I just wanted to share that what the ready participants have learned is the workflow. If they have really, I don't know, it will sink in after the training. As you were saying, Juha, this is a beginning. In each of these participants, how deeply they go into this field. If they leave it here, fine. If they do not continue, and they will not be able to really reflect on what they have learned here, because this was just the first step. And the first step means to now going in depth and trying to understand why we were doing these things in this sequence, so that's, yeah. Anyhow, I guess.
Very important. Thank you, Aparna. I see Maria Jose. Gracias.
Maria Jose.
Maybe her microphone froze. So why don't we go to Constance Domenech, and then we'll come back to Maria Jose afterwards when her.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to say something about the norms and standards for the European Cultural Heritage Protection module. It's very, I can't find the document, I was looking for it, but it's very short. It's a bit like Aparna was saying, it's just really the basics. And then you can really adapt around it, which is what's interesting, because for the moment, two modules have been registered already, one by the French and one by the Germans. And they are very different. And I think that is what's interesting. Like the standards allow for it to be flexible. So we have a basic, like a baseline, so that we can work together. But like the French module is a very flexible one embedded within the firefighters, and they can send a few people very quickly. And the German module I have been working on is much bigger with equipment, and it's working with the civil protection. So you can see it's coming from two different areas depending on the specificities of the country. And then it can also respond to different emergency for cultural heritage protection within the Union Civil Protection Mechanism. So I just wanted to add this, say that there were already two modules, very different and able to answer like different needs. Thank you.
Hello, I just missed the connection.
Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, I just wanted to say that as a participant on both initiatives, I've been in REDI and also in ProCalher, I think they are complementary. In order to reach ProCalher, having the knowledge of REDI initiative for me has been essential. I think they gave you as you said, a first overview, but that makes everything match and provides you with the foundations to later integrate into a much more institutional framework such as UA, and it allowed me personally to participate and contribute better in a much richer way to ProCalher than if I wouldn't have been at REDI first, for example.
That's a good one.
JP, do you have any other final reaction?
I can have. I found the documents out there. Share them in a second. Thank you, Constance, also for updating from your much more operational viewpoint. And indeed, the standard is short. It's a beginning, and I know like what Aparna was saying, that a workflow is like even the more basis than a standard, but the workflow then can be standardized. A standard can be also non-binding, like and it can be simple and so on. So, but it's it's a start. But for a long-term sustainability and amplifying impact, say that's the only way you can go. I mean, societies operate on laws and public acts and so on. So I'd say that is the end point you should look at. And I think Aparna, you said that you're like 15, 20 years, I forgot the years already, but I mean that's in societies and especially in this field, it's a short time. So I'd say it's actually quite fast track progress already. As from my viewpoint, how cultural heritage protection is now working. Like if I use the WHO, those are the medical standards. I bet those were like started 50 years ago and so on. So I mean, it evolves in this kind of way that there's one push by one actor, and then it's followed by another actor. One country can take it in their way, another country can take it in other way, and maybe UNESCO will have a more binding standard at some point, or like more. And Aparna, there's lots of hope for you. As I said, it's fast tracking. So. Yeah, so, but I'll leave it at that. It might seem from your, like when you're working all the time in the field and all the time in the area, and you are looking at all of your the news and the successes and disappointments all the time yourself, you might look at this as hopeless. I mean, from my viewpoint, and like we are looking at multiple other fields, like I said, that we focus not only on cultural heritage protection, so the success rate is quite phenomenal. I mean, it is even on many other sectors. We are promoting this area a lot more because it is evolving a lot faster and a lot more positively than many other that are even more complex, might be sometimes like conflict-based disaster protection and so on. So I say there's lots of hope for you. But I'll share the links now and put a bit of guidance how you can find the standard. And there's even like a dashboard or like a very complex bureaucratical website where you can deep dive if you want into it, but if you want in the future to have more of these, I think you have to also collaborate with, let's say, the people who create these kind of standards as well. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. Stein, you have another remark?
It's really just a remark. Thank you so much for saying this about that we are making big progress and stuff, because I'm very impatient and I get frustrated very fast and soon. And to hear that 20 years we already did so much to put it in a perspective, that really helps and makes me at least feel more confident in working further on. So thank you very much, JP.
Yeah, it really was inspiring. And for me, one thing you said really touched close to home is the importance of these relationships that need to be made. And it reminded me just I've worked 25 years at UNESCO, and seeing how the way that we coordinate with countries has changed, and looking back at when there was the first earthquake in Haiti, I think it was 2010, how they were so devastated. We really didn't have solid counterparts in the museum sector and archives and others, and we were all just kind of trying to find information about what was happening, but we didn't have the established relationships as set as was needed to really respond. And then I look, only 5 years or less later in Mali, for example, when Timbuktu was destroyed, we had such close relations with the Ministry of Culture, with the site manager of the World Heritage Sites, with the librarians and local community, that we were able to just react in such a more comprehensive way, because we already had established such trusting relationships. But then I saw we were so successful in a way, quote unquote, in Mali. And then I remember Syria started, and everyone was like, oh, let's copy what you did for Mali. But it was so different, and we couldn't at all apply the same approach. So, I mean, in my job now, we have coordination meetings for the different crises going on. Monday could be Ukraine, Tuesday, Lebanon, Wednesday, Sudan, then Iran. It just goes every day. We have these coordination meetings, and we see how different each crisis is, each context. And I think what you raised about the relationship, the uniqueness of these contexts is really something we need to keep, strongly in mind. And I think last night we went to Cité de l'Architecture in Paris. They had an exhibition on all of the impact of conflict on culture over the years. And it was really quite impressive to see the different responses from Afghanistan to Gaza to, Syria. It's really, when you look at it in, they even had, from World War II going up to today, and it was really astounding to see the timeline. So when you're talking about that, I really resonated. So this has been really interesting, getting your perspective. Thank you so much, JP. Thank you for everyone for your questions. And I think we will move on to our next presenter, who is Lokos Monika from Hungary, who is going to speak about raising emergency preparedness in archives and heritage institutions. So yes, you're connected. So I will hand over to you to explain about your project. I understand it's been really trying to close the gap between awareness and practical preparedness in archive and conservation institutions. And we're really looking forward to hearing more about what you've been doing for training and professional dialogue and preparedness surveys and different risk assessments and others to strengthen emergency readiness. So over to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much, Caroline. I'm sorry for the video. I tried to make it a bit better, but somehow it didn't work. So I tried to share my PowerPoint. Is right? Do you see? Everyone see? Okay, thank you very much.
Yes.
So as Caroline said, I'm Monika Lokos from Hungary, and I'm working in the National Archives of Hungary. I'm a restorer, And in my project, post-training project, I emphasized raising awareness of the importance of emergency preparedness, because in the archival sector in Hungary, this is a kind of lack of knowledge we have in this field. So to go forward, yes. So I just shortly would like to introduce my institution. So the National Archives of Hungary, this is the building of the headquarters. This is the center institution, but also we have 19 member institutions nationwide. So it's a quite big archive. And we have different buildings with different conditions and different structures. So this case, we face lots of diverse preservation and emergency preparedness challenges. The main building is at the Bécsi Kapu Square in the Buda Castle. So it's a quite historical place, very nice. And it's 100 years old building. Also, the building and the institution has a national significance and a large and complex archival collection, multiple storage and operational functions. The institution plays a vital role in preserving Hungary's documentary heritage and identity, of course, conducts a wide range of professional and educational and cultural activities, actively supports historical and academic research, participates in numerous national and international projects, and promotes the continuous education and professional development of archival specialists, among many other activities that the institution does. I just shortly want to show the fire events which happened in the history of the building, this main building. In the Second World War, for example, we lost 3,000 linear meter documents, and also in the Hungarian Revolution in 1956, 9,000 linear meter records were damaged. So this is also alarming to prevent all the documents in the archive. And so about my project, what I really emphasized is the first step to raising awareness, because I think we always need to start with the first steps. So in my project, I focused on widely disseminating the knowledge gained through the READY course and sharing it through professional forums, educational programs, workshops, conferences involving professionals from institutions across the country. What I planned in my project was 4 different plans. So firstly, a lecture for the archivist assistants is an annual education what my institution does, and I include this knowledge in this module, and also a presentation for mostly restorers and professionals on the 26th Transylvanian Hungarian Restorers Education Conference, surveying as I mentioned, we have 19 member institution. I made a survey with them about emergency preparedness, and also for the main building I made a risk assessment. So the lecture with the archivist assistants, so I integrated this emergency preparedness, as I said in the module, introduced the VCA concept, which they found very new, and also made some practical exercises in the context of their own institutions. The impact was a long-term incorporation into the annual curriculum and reached professionals from different institutions. My experience was that many participants viewed this topic as a marginal aspect of the collection preservation, something different from the everyday responsibilities. But as they worked in this practical task, then they, sorry, I lost my my picture. Yes, no, yes. So then they began to recognize its relevance. So this process helped them to realize that there are important issues in this area that requires attention and concrete solution in their own institutions. The second, as I mentioned, was the presentation. In this, I shared the READY methodology, presented emergency preparedness concepts and disseminated experiences. And this increased the professional visibility and strength professional network. I must mention I couldn't participate this conference in person. I did a video presentation, so I got the feedbacks from this, and I couldn't speak personally with the colleagues there. And with the feedback, I observed that even colleagues working in similar fields often possess very different understanding of subject of preparedness. And at the same time, every basic training can have a strong impact in shaping attitudes and raising awareness. And this idea that this made me think that the small practical steps are very important to make change and improvement. The survey for the member institutions, I used mostly the vulnerability and capacity assessment, and the aim was to see how prepared they are for any kind of emergency situation. And the key finding was that the strengths are inventories, climate monitoring, digital backups, and the weaknesses are a lack of emergency exercises, staff training, and written procedures. The main risks of the collections are environmental and infrastructure related risks. My experience was that without substantial financial resources, we still can make a meaningful progress, and it highlighted the important steps can be taken and existing gaps can be addressed with relatively simple measures. The fourth part of my project was the risk assessment of the main building at the Bécsi Kapu Square. I inspected the building and made a site survey. And of course, I made connection with many colleagues I didn't know before because we have a very big institution. So I had a cross-disciplinary collaboration also through this. And the identified risks are water infiltration, humidity, building deterioration, fire-related risk, and infrastructure vulnerabilities. And what I experienced that this needed a very close cooperation with the colleagues from different professional fields, and this collaborative approach helps strengthen communication between departments and contributed to a more comprehensive understanding to institutional risk and preparedness needs. What did I use from READY? The vulnerability and capacity assessment. This I used in many parts of the project. Risk identification methodology, also capacity mapping, interdisciplinary approach, and of course, plus collaboration and communication. The results was increased awareness nationally and locally, strengthened professional relationships, institutional preparedness for member institutions in process, risk profile for headquarters at the Bécsi Kapu Square building established, and emergency preparedness integrated in the annual archivist assistant training. The lessons I learned: small actions can create significant change. Awareness is essential. Teamwork matters. This we know from Ready very much. Different professions see emergencies different professionals see emergencies differently. Preparedness is an ongoing process, and emergency preparedness is a shared responsibility across the institution. I already planned many future steps, regular workshops, trainings, and practices. Already in the next month, we will have one training and connection with the civil protection, collaboration with other cultural heritage institutions. The presentation I had in this time until now, and already planned in the next month another presentation. So I feel more and more I get into it to be more active. And thank you very much for your attention. Special thanks to the Ready trainers, organizers, and partners, the Ready participant team, so all of you who were with me in Riga and so on, all the colleagues from the National Archive who helped me, and our Occupation Safety and Fire Protection Company who helped me in this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that really thorough PowerPoint. It was very interesting. Before going to the Q&A, we're going to pass over to our next presenter. So we are really honored to have Barbara Davidson from Slovakia with us today. She will speak about building awareness and disaster preparedness for cultural collections, working at the Bratislava City Gallery and part of the Chamber of Restorers. So we'll hand over to you to tell us about the project that you've developed to strengthen disaster risk management, awareness, and preparedness for Slovak cultural institutions, but especially in galleries and collections. Thank you, Barbara. Over to you.
Hello to everybody. Thank you for having me. And basically, I would like to share with you my hybrid experience in implementing the project. So let me start sharing. Just a moment. Yeah. Okay. So, are we ready? This is the question posed in our whole exercise at schooling.
Sorry, Barbara, before you start, can you put it on full screen so we can see better?
Is it not? Not full screen? Sorry.
Yeah, you still need to make it full.
Just a moment. Is it? Can you see the screen?
No.
What you need to do is go to the bottom right-hand corner of your screen, and there's the different icons in it. There's one of them that shows the screen with a little line in the middle of it, and that'll make it go big so we don't see all of your slides on the left.
Yes, just a moment.
Oh, someone's saying you can just press F5 and that'll work. All of us, I didn't know that. Apparently, Barbara, you can just click on F5.
Okay.
See if that works.
I can't share, just a moment.
Caroline, sorry, if I may, Barbara, I think if you can stop sharing, and when you share, just press full screen, entire screen. It is also possible that you're only sharing like one part of the presentation, which is why even if you see your full screen, we won't see it. So when you're sharing, just share the entire screen.
Okay. Yeah. Well, just reading. And how do I like to run? Okay. Okay.
Thanks, Barbara. Looks great.
All right. Sorry. Okay. So let's move on. Okay. So I'm a conservatory restorer who was supposed to take part in the READY program, who was supported to take part in the READY program by the Chamber of Restorers, which is a Slovak national regulatory body which counts more than 170 members. The support came also from an NGO, the Restorers Association of Slovakia. But my home institution is the Galeria Mesta Bratislavy, Bratislava City Gallery, residing in its 2 National Cultural Heritage listed buildings and being established 65 years ago. It looks after approximately 35,000 artwork collection items. The restoration department counts 5 conservatory restorers. We play an important role in collection care, including the requiring and setting of preventive measures addressing the institutional statutory and then helping to fulfill the tasks. My project for READY was originally based on the scope of our permanent exhibition of Baroque art, housed on the first floor of the 18th century building, so-called Mirbach Palace. It helped me to focus on understanding realistic evaluation requirements based on the READY methodology. My first steps led to the municipal section of crisis management, since that is a department established by the city government, which is also the establisher of our city gallery. They appreciated my intentions and sent me to the city fire and rescue department. That was a turning point in my journey. I found support, a support which took initiative and approached my home institution and formulated interest in cooperation. Straight away, I started to prepare a common action approved by my employer to establish first contact while transferring a quite large artwork from its permanent exposition place to be restored at the Academy of Fine Arts. Unfortunately, a week before it was supposed to happen, the action was stopped due to other reasons. In the meantime, I asked by the Modrý štít, Blue Shield Slovakia, to attend the GA to speak about the READY methodology. While meeting other members, I was approached by the president of ICOM Slovakia. It would be interesting for me to get involved in the European PRISM project to fight illicit trafficking on cultural objects. Instructions for disaster risk management and mitigation for collections are foreseen to be a part of the created dedicated website in Slovak language. While waiting for the right moment to invite the Bratislava firefighters again, in connection to the PRISM project, I turned to them to help me with the emergency response wheel, which is firstly translated into Slovak from Czech, since we do not have one yet, but there is already the Czech 3rd edition. And since the national reality is different, although similar due to our Czechoslovak common past, I'm sure the head of firefighters gives me the best comment if the advice offered is worked accordingly. Why the wheel? because its distribution was accompanied with media interest while being handed over from the head of the Czech ICOM to our director. However, for the PRISM project, the ICOM First Aid and Fresh Austrian ICOM publication are being used as well. Redi taught us to check situation out from wider perspectives. I wanted to find out if we can pick up a role and be useful in the system of civil protection nationally. Can we create a specialized rescue team for cultural heritage, like there is for other specialized areas? I turned to my colleagues in the European Confederation of Conservatory Restorers at our General Assembly last week. I spoke about my experience with Redi and asked about their experience with national situation in terms of disaster risk management for collections. I was very happy to see the real interest to share. My secret, but not really secret, intent is to contribute to a revival of the standing memorandum of understanding between ICROM and ECHO, with the objective in cooperation to enhance schooling of conservatory restorers' preparedness to act in emergency situations. Here my colleague Stine put it simply while we were preparing our following roundtable session, that Barbara is concerned that we, restorers, are expected to act in emergencies, but is anybody preparing us for that? We would be possibly expected to act outside of our box, meaning our specialization. At the same time, we work in or for many collection-keeping organizations in various circumstances and contexts, and our job is to help with prevention measures for collection. So here all the stakeholders I spoke to, and these are my further activities which expect me still here in May. So what others can apply in their own context? If you feel or even know that is the right place to start alliances, don't worry, knock on the closed doors, enter the opened ones, ask questions, make sure people understand your intention, offer help, be proactive. Don't be scared. Mistakes will happen. You are only doing your job, even if only as a concerned citizen who cares for our common cultural heritage. There is no harm in trying. Worse is to think back, knowing you did not try at all. Don't stop learning and gather information. Communicate. Well, since the time of the start of my Redi journey, our gallery has changed. People would like to trust in existing laws and rules and believe they protect us. But is it real? What if a real emergency appears? What is our role and how do we cooperate? Are we sure we know what to do in an emergency? What about our collections? Would they be safe? These questions I asked at my workplace. The answers were not satisfactory. Already a couple of years ago, I prepared a simple lecture for my gallery colleagues, including the director. It was based on information accessible on internet, also using ICROM material on how to prepare and act in emergency situations, with focus on collections. The impulse was our director's information that also other countries neighboring to Ukraine under attack started to prepare for the worst. The effort then, after the lecture, went only into a file in our SharePoint. When I jumped to the Redi project, I had to take real action. I first asked for a term to speak to the group of our collection curators and my immediate boss about the need to start with the precondition of preparedness for emergencies. I explained that any emergency plan starts with supporting the protection of the collections with their value assessment. It is a great tool for advocating for their protection. Then their prioritization according to predefined value sets. I introduced Mr. Jose Luis Pedersoli's value pipe method, hoping the humor of his shoe evaluation catches their attention. An elaborated material should be soon on the table, which I can proceed with our fresh new colleague employed to deal with emergency procedures for our property. However, the institution is investing now a lot of resources in the improvement of our security, thanks to the city municipality investments. There are signals the city works on a common strategy for cultural organizations, but at the moment, I just know I should be one of the attendees on behalf of the city gallery once it will be communicated. The work on the evacuation preparedness plan based on my instruction for our art collection has already started. Well, we have new facility reports and require them from institutions borrowing our artworks. My supporting organizations, the Chamber and the Association of Restorers, they are already planning training in first aid for collections. If I should describe how partnerships form during the project and how they can be maintained, first it has to be said the project is not ending for me. It is personal engagement which is required at the moment. I put some expectations into the running PRISM project, building a network of cooperators, making accessible information and resources which should be instructive for a variety of stakeholders. However, the leadership and financial support by the state administration is inevitable, since just to rely on volunteer work and temporary financing from EU projects is not sustainable. And on this picture, well, I like the illustration by Fund Conservators Group on social media. You see all the various acronyms, but they all act as Spider-Man. Parallel activities emerge, and potential synergy is not used to its full potential. As inevitable, I see the cooperation between cultural, often artistic, free-minded people, often disliking organization and rules, with bodies operating on strict rules, which work with different perspectives and operational modes, as we could experience during the REDI simulation in Latvia. We need to communicate and learn to trust each other. And it is also not always only about new partnerships. Sometimes the right focus brings unknown knowledge to the surface. Even your existing networks can surprise you. Good examples to learn from are usually found there where unfortunately an accident has already happened. Sharing concerns strengthens our bonds and so our resilience. So thank you all for your attention and sorry for mistakes in the beginning. Thank you very much.
Oh, that was wonderful. Thank you so much, Barbara. Definitely love the cartoon at the end that you shared. Before we go to the Q&A, I think we're going to keep moving given the time. And first, we'll just appreciate all the applause coming up on the screen for Barbara. That was really an engaging presentation. Thank you again, Barbara. So now we are going to go over to Stein Legel, who is from Germany and who's going to speak to us about integrating cultural heritage into municipal disaster planning. So using the example of the Nuremberg City Archives in Germany, and learn more about Stein's project to address the lack of recognition of archival and museum collections within municipal disaster planning in Nuremberg, and seeing how you were able to build coordinated emergency response systems among cultural institutions, city authorities, firefighters, and civil protection agencies. So thank you very much. And we look forward to the next presentation.
Thank you for this kind introduction. Can you see my screen? And
we can. Thank you.
Okay. Let's see. Wait, this is not right. Because this is the end of my presentation. And it doesn't want to move. Okay. I will stop sharing and start again. Oh. Okay. I'm so sorry. I had prepared everything and now it's gone. There it is again. Ah. Oh. I'm so sorry.
That's okay. Maybe if you need a minute, we can go to another speaker while you get ready, because I realized in the program that I had skipped over one of our speakers. So if that's okay while you get ready.
That would be great, because I just realized something.
And I have to apologize to Rock PC from Slovenia. I know that you were supposed to start us off, and I'm really sorry. I must have had my page folded incorrectly. Sorry for that. But we're really looking forward to hearing about building museum resilience and emergency preparedness, and hearing about how you're working with the Military Museum of the Slovenian Armed Forces, and going to show us how you've improved resilience. So without further ado, I'll pass it over to you, and apologies again. Thank you for your understanding.
Okay, thank you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. It does seem a little bit echoey, but we can hear you.
Okay, so I still live in the past century, so I hope I will succeed in sharing my presentation. Can you see it?
We can. I think you do need to press F5 though.
The same as before.
Yeah.
Did something happen?
It's just that we can see your slides on the left. So you need to click on that. If you go down to the bottom right of your screen, otherwise there's the full screen.
I did that, and I can see normally, but I don't know. And I'm trying to. Sorry.
No worries.
I pressed the F5 button, but
it didn't work. I didn't know about that thing, but I think the easiest is to go to the bottom right and look for the. There it is.
Yes, perfect.
Perfect. Over to you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for having your patience with me. Okay. To give a bit of context, as I mentioned, I work in Military Museum of Slovenian Armed Forces, which was established in 2004 by the Ministry of Defense. So the museum carries out activities in the field of the military and war history of Slovenians and Slovenian ethnic area. The museum itself is located in this beautiful building called Kadetnica. This was built in 1850s for military purpose, not for museum activities. And after the renovation of the building in 2009, the museum got a part of this building for its activities. So not the entire building is a museum. And this Kadetnica building is located in a military area. So surrounding this, our museum and the building are also other facilities for military. So that's a bit unusual probably for the museums in general. Big part of my project was to raise resilience for the museum and the heritage in the museum. So of course, as other colleagues, we started with the risk assessment for our museum. During this assessment, we have collaborated with different experts, from firefighters to people from civil protection, experts from the Armed Forces, Ministry of Defense, and so on. I think especially good was the collaboration with firefighters and experts from fire safety from the military, from the armed forces, because they became familiar with our buildings, with our storages, and of course with different materials that museum objects are made of. And they were also, let's say, happy to visit us, because that helped also them, or will help them in case of an emergency. So in February, actually, we organized an exercise on how to evacuate museum objects. The scenario was based on a story that certain activities in the surroundings of Slovenia could escalate into a military conflict. And because of that, the museum management ordered preventive evacuation of the most important museum objects. So only the leader of the exercise, which was of course me, knew which objects will be evacuated. So my colleagues were not actually prepared for this evacuation too much. And of course, during this exercise, we took out the museum objects, whether was that from the exhibitions or storages. We packed them, we prepared them for the evacuation, as you can see on the photos. Of course, we took photos of each object. Everything the way we were taught during our ReadyTrack course in Riga. And my colleagues were actually, during this exercise, familiarized with all the procedures for the evacuation. And I think that this exercise was something good. After that, we revisited our list of most important objects. We had this list already, but we revisited, we add some new stuff on it, new objects, and of course this list serves also as the basis for future, hope not, evacuation, of course. And during this project, we also started to reorganize our museum storages. So we started with a collection of cold weapons. Yeah, I do work in a military museum. So for smaller objects like bayonets, daggers, and similar, we purchased two fireproof cabinets, and and for the bigger objects like swords and similar, we store them, we put the shelves high enough so not to be harmed, for example, from some water discharge or similar accidents. So another thing that I'm actually proud of, and I have to thank also my superiors for this, we made an agreement with the Defense Administration of Maribor to use part of their premises as a temporary storage in case of an emergency. So now we have a facility that can be used to evacuate museum objects. So this facility actually it's not ideal, but you know we can it will serve its purpose. So I won't say that we are the first one, but I know that not many many museums in Slovenia have this kind of place to temporary shelter the museum objects. So in the second part of my project, I was focused to raise awareness among the museum community on the importance of preparedness for potential accidents or disasters, together with the Slovenian Museum Society and the president of this society, Ms. Maya Hakal-Saye. We organized a regional education for museum workers. The title was Museums in Extraordinary Circumstances from Fire to War. And in this education, museum workers were familiarized with the working methods of professional firefighters and, of course, their expectations towards the museum institutions. We talk about how to mark museum objects that would be evacuated during an emergency. We talk the main international agreements on protection of cultural heritage during armed conflict were presented, and so on. So this would be everything for me. I know I'm a bit shorter, but since I work in the defense sector, when people say to me 10 minutes, then I try to stick to this to the timetable. And at the end, I would like to thank actually everybody that worked with us during the ReadyTrack journey, from Aparna, Mohona, Zhui, and all the lecturers that were in Riga. And of course, my colleagues that helped me to prepare and to do this this project. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And really, we learned a lot from that. And we're gonna, before going to questions, we'll go back to Stein, who I hope is ready to go with her PowerPoint.
Yeah, now it should work. So there. Share. Now. Yeah, it's working.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, great. So we are short on time, so I go right back in. Thank you for your kind introduction. I'm Stine Legel from the City Archives in Nuremberg. Just very shortly, the City Archives are one of the oldest and biggest city archives in Germany, with a rich collection regarding the city's history, comprised of company records, private papers, a city chronic, and of course, official documents. My focus today is on our collaborative work undertaken in the last couple of months. Our institution's existence inside the city's administrative structure itself explains the need for cross-sectoral work best. So here it goes. We are part of the normal city administrational work, but we are also part of the cultural ministry of the city council. Maintenance on buildings in general falls into the hands of outsourced company for property management, but buildings that are considered cultural heritage need to be treated under the law of built cultural heritage, for which every commune has their own department. So if we want anything to be done or decided, all these players have to be involved, and communication and cross-sectoral cooperation is therefore key for all our endeavors. So regarding risk reduction and preparedness, we worked on two important fronts lately, and we needed a lot of cooperation for that. First, we are working on the readiness of our regional emergency network. Up until roughly 2 years ago, it was mainly a yearly coffee break, so to speak. Now we are implemented biannual meetings with a real agenda. I started to give little homeworks based on the ready forms and other materials to keep the members engaged. We set up an intranet site where we put our contact lists, salvage material lists, and provide information material that we deem suitable for the varying needs of our members. Second, we did already plan to have a salvage training with our partner institutions prior to me taking part in the READY program. But after taking the READY training, we introduced disaster risk management and mitigation strategies in the theoretical part of the 2 days exercise. I also demanded to put out a proper press release. Originally, it was planned to publish a short information to comply with the supporting foundation's requirements for publication of a funded project. But in the end, our press release lured in the national broadcaster BR and 2 local broadcasters, which resulted in the surprising 1-hour attendance of our mayor for some interviews, instead of the previously reluctantly promised 5-minute photo shoot. A result of these efforts is the founding of a working group on cultural heritage protection within the framework of civil defense in our area. And that meets regularly and discusses implementing a strategy for cultural heritage in times of crisis. As I heard in March at one online meeting with the German Silk Project, this is seen as a good example German-wide. Being part of it, I was a little bit surprised because I am an impatient person, as I already said, and I thought we should be already so much further in the process. But as was said repeatedly, patience is a virtue. So my mother was right all along, I think. Yeah. What were our challenges in doing this work? Heritage in connection with emergency preparedness is not spoken loudly, a problem that we face everywhere, and we have also heard about that several times in the last 2 days. Our federal government didn't put culture explicitly in their framework for critical infrastructure in times of crisis. It is invisibly included in other sectors. In our city specifically, I identify 3 major points. First is the scope. The last 2 decades, culture was mainly seen through the lens of being an asset for jobs in terms of tourism and good press in that respect. Money and resources spent on cultural heritage was only invested in cultural activities like festivals and markets. Invisible cultural heritage needs were put off constantly. The second is knowledge. The mindset of our institutions and cities' leadership is bastjo. That is Franconian for, well, it fits well enough. The needs for our collection are constantly put behind the needs of our rated building, and they are not understood. For example, we got offered rooms with leaking windows or rooms that will heat up in summer to over 30 degrees Celsius. Because in the administration's head, they are still thinking storage room instead of depot room, even when we explicitly give the need we have. This mindset is, of course, directly linked to the third topic, which is money. The city of Nuremberg is deeply in debt, so giving resources to the invisible work of cultural heritage protection is not easy to communicate when at the same time there are cuts on health services, train services, and school building upkeep. But the fact is, investing now will save money in the long run, and the changes are in many ways an investment in our community, as Mr. Kumar showed in his presentation yesterday. This message needs to be conveyed more persistently and loudly by us in the cultural institutions. So how did we address these gaps? In Germany, we have an agency dedicated solely to the needs of built heritage. Nothing like this exists for movable heritage. We have to pitch the thought that not just the built heritage has a need, but also the movable heritage inside it. When it comes to questions of conserving and a rated building, people know whom to address. But with our movable heritage, not so much. Some other states implemented special coordination offices that offer information and assistance regarding questions of cultural heritage protection for movable heritage, but Bavaria does not have this. I started to try and bridge this gap, much to the chagrin of my superior. I offered my knowledge and assistance as freely as my daily work allows. Word got around, so that we now have inquiries from institutions from outside our emergency preparedness group as well. Because of lacking knowledge, people are often shy to start the process of enhancing their preparedness, and having a person to turn to helps them a lot. With presentations and at numerous occasions, I wanted to inform in general about the topic of risk-aware practice in cultural institutions. And as far as I could observe, the City Council doesn't need to be concerned about receiving bad polls because they direct resources at cultural heritage protection. On the contrary, the guests of our presentations were very firmly of the mind that this is a topic that needs to be addressed, knowing full well that the city is pressed on money. To put it bluntly, they were in shock and some even angry that disaster risk management is not part of our normal job description and therefore squeezed in here and there. They thought it to be the foundation of every cultural heritage institution, as it should be. So how to proceed? Our colleague of the City Council, Stephen Zalaus, is leading our working group on cultural heritage protection within the framework of civil defense. But as far as I know, this is just one of his many responsibilities. This work cannot be done by one or two persons individually as a side project on top of their actual work. We would love to have one person's job description dedicated to just this, one central point of contact for inquiries regarding emergency preparedness and risk analysis for every cultural heritage institution or private collection in the city and beyond. That is what my superior, Thomas Gilgard, and me are promoting in the city whenever we have the chance. The working group already showed that working together has long-term effects. Part of the work was to decide on how the fire brigade route maps for the specific use in cultural heritage salvage should look like. For that, I pitched strongly an example from Munich that is promoted in the Bavarian Castles Administration and based on the ones used in the whole of Austria. They will now be used in our area and hopefully will be used one day in the whole of Bavaria and maybe beyond. Having one form with the same signage and coloring will make cross-sector collaboration in case of an emergency so much easier. Oh yeah, I was one slide behind, I'm sorry. Well, after all this, we should share some lessons learned. So one of the most important things is never act alone. Try to find people fighting with you. Do not take the information you get without questioning it. You might be surprised what can be done. Be open and honest and consider the needs of others before formulating your demands. always keep an open ear, be dependable and approachable, and always research for new information to incorporate in your work. Thank you very much for your attention. And just one last word, I think we should need to be like Pinky and the Brain. Many of you maybe know them. We need to always plot to take over, not world domination, but the city's finances. And unlike them, we shouldn't fail with that. Yeah. So here are some resources and special thanks to some collaborators. Thank you so much for your attention. Yeah, that's it from me.
Thank you. Thank you. Really, we still have 2 more presentations, but I would like to just take a moment here, and we've really been treated to so much insight from our different presenters. So I would like to open up and see if anyone connected has questions, comments, any need for other information. Do we have any hands up? If not, I don't see hands up, but I have a few questions to kind of get us started on this small conversation. So I wanted to ask Rock, in your READY field project, how were you able to strengthen coordination between the heritage sector and the military in Slovenia? And in your view, how can such a practical collaboration contribute to more effective implementation of UNESCO's 1954 Hague Convention at the national level?
Yeah, so to start the collaboration was not so difficult because, as I mentioned, we are part actually of Ministry of Defense. And Slovenian Armed Forces are also part of Ministry of Defense, a different branch of it. So I just try to reach people with expertise, and they all were really helpful. So that was not a problem. You know, we've just presented them the goals of the project, and they were all for it. And especially in Slovenia, also the professional firefighters and civil protection is also part of Ministry of Defense.
Yeah.
And so in this way, we are all colleagues, you know.
Yeah,
not
that makes a
directly.
difference. And I
So
saw
in-
you had the PowerPoint where you showed the signage, the emblem. And
Yeah,
how, yeah,
I put it because of this temporary storage, and
Yeah.
that should be noticed with this sign. And your other question was
yeah, just to see how you thought such practical collaboration could contribute to more effective implementation of the 54 Convention. So that was why I had brought up the use of the emblem. So that
well, actually, we are also. This was not part of my project, but we also had some exercises for the members of military armed forces on these regulations, and army personnel is getting in touch with this. So actually, we are doing something in this direction, and I myself was also a part of several military exercises where I covered this topic. You know, it was they were wider exercises, but I was in charge of CPP, for example. So yeah, that's something that's going on, but I didn't mention it because it was not part of my ready
Yeah.
project. So
Yeah. But I mean, they are so intertwined, and it's good to see the use of the emblem, and hoping that's contributing. I know more and more of these kind of safe havens and other areas where we're marking with the logo. I also want to bring Monica and Barbara and Maria into the conversation to see if any of you have insights you want to share on how your awareness raising efforts through the different lectures and the outreach activities that you've undertaken, how you've seen those as strengthening understanding of risk management among archives and museums. I noticed I think one person was calling it the invisible work, which I thought was a good way of saying things too. But any thoughts that you want to share on how that's helped strengthen risk management, or how you've seen your efforts contribute to greater preparedness, institutional collaboration, or any changes in professional practice? Anyone have thoughts to share?
Well, I talked mainly about this in my presentation. I know I was talking very fast, so maybe most of it got lost. I think talking to people and asking them what they need and offering assistance helped a lot to raise awareness and to get them into doing. Because before somebody like me was there who was actively reaching out, they felt very alone. And there were some of the archives that are in our group are very, very tiny. They are having just one person working half-time and have to do everything in the archive. So some of them weren't even aware that they can prepare and can do stuff to mitigate possible outcomes of disaster. So now that they're seeing that there are people who really take their hand and help them going forward, they are more engaged, and they are more optimistic and elated to do the work. So in my opinion, this is just because I talked to the people and gave them some materials that they can read on their own.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Barbara, I see you have your hand up, but unfortunately I didn't realize how much we're over time. So I'm going to close the Q&A. Unfortunately, I'm sorry, that's always a perennial problem with these. And I'm going to ask that we pass over now. We have still Ada, who is going to present to us on the Anna Initiative. Thank you, Ada, for your patience. I saw you had your PowerPoint ready to go. So as we're running late, I'll head over to you to start.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you for coordinating this session so vividly and with passion. So let's continue. Act Now, Not After initiative. Yesterday, Ms. Fakia, I hope I'm pronouncing her name right, from Belgium, mentioned that when she arrived at the archive, her colleagues told her, "We do not talk about risks here. We talk about opportunities." I believe this sentence perfectly summarizes one of the key challenges cultural heritage professionals face in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Risk preparedness and risk mitigation, as mentioned on many occasions during the day, are still not common topics within our institutions. It's an invisible issue, invisible challenge, something we push aside. And it might be because of our recent traumas, because of the great loss in cultural heritage that we experienced through our recent past. Because of this, the ANA initiative was created with the aim of encouraging communication about disaster risk preparedness in cultural heritage. The initiative began through talks, meetings, and gatherings as a first step towards more developed actions that can contribute to safer and better protected cultural heritage. Just a second. Okay, good. The initiative was launched through my institution, the City Museums of Sarajevo, which served as both a platform and an institutional framework for the project activities. The City Museums of Sarajevo are a rather new museum institution in the city. And it is umbrella institution, the network of cultural and historical institutions that are preserving the identity and the memory of the city. It consists of 4 departments: Walter Defense Sarajevo Museum, Olympic Museum Sarajevo, Sarajevo Memorial for children who were killed during the siege of Sarajevo, and our flagship project, Museum of Contemporary Art, Arsevi. Together, those institutions provide insight into Sarajevo's history, wartime suffering, and contemporary creativity. The project activity Act Now, Not After consists of 4 equally important steps. The first step included lectures and experience sharing session with 6 colleagues from my institution based on the READY methodology. Yes, we are still small institution, but hopefully not for long. The second activity was an online meeting with colleagues from archives, libraries, museums, museum association, and heritage protection institutions across Bosnia and Herzegovina. The meeting created an opportunity to present the ICRAM-FAR methodology, share the content of the comprehensive risk analysis that I conducted within Arsevi collection, discuss the process and tools I used, and introduce a toolkit, or as I call it, best selection of publications made by ICRAM-FAR. Because I wanted to inspire reaching out to common language when it comes to first aid, because that's very important. It is important to be certain that we are on the same page, and language and standardized methodology helps us do that and achieve that. Most importantly, the discussion helped identify future post-project activities. One of the key conclusions was the importance of building stronger connection with Civil Protection Service throughout workshops and joint exercises. Of course, I knew that already throughout our activities during READY education. But what I learned to READY is that you use your knowledge to inspire, to engage others, to help them understand and reach out for what can be of use from their own perspective. So it was about guiding other colleagues to conclusion that this is something that we all need in order to facilitate the processes when it comes to first aid to cultural heritage. We also agreed that one of the next important steps should be establishing a first aid unit of cultural heritage professionals within Canton Sarajevo. The hybrid, although I was focused on Canton Sarajevo, this hybrid format of the lecture, of the discussion, since it was organized through Zoom platform, turned out especially valuable because colleagues from different parts of Bosnia and Herzegovina could actively participate. The third activity focused on cooperation with professional firefighting units of Sarajevo Canton. During the meeting, we analyzed a risk scenario that I had previously developed as a part of the comprehensive risk assessment. We also discussed the legal framework regarding fire protection in Sarajevo, civil protection and fire protection in Sarajevo Canton, that's the region surrounding Sarajevo. And one important conclusion emerged very clearly. Cultural heritage buildings are considered priority sites for intervention. So in accordance to legal framework in our firefighting units, it is what it is. But communication between emergency services and heritage professionals is still insufficient. Actually, this was the first time that a cultural heritage professional came to firefighting units and asked for collaboration, and told them our part of the story in all this. This demonstrated how necessary trans-sectoral cooperation truly is. The initiative continued through a modified version of the Inside Game, organized with an already established volunteer network. The aim of this exercise was not only to better understand risks within the city of Sarajevo, but also to explore how participants understand cultural heritage and identify the sites that they consider most important. One particularly important topic that emerged during the discussion was safety. Volunteer engagement is extremely valuable, but if it is not properly organized, it can unintentionally create additional risks instead of reducing them. The initiative brought together a broad spectrum of participants, including representatives of the National Museum of Bosnia and Herzegovina, National and University Library of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Archives of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Museum of History of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Public Institution Memorials of Sarajevo as well, Academy of Fine Arts, Department for Conservation and Restoration. Also representatives of ICOM CEE were participating in the process, Cantonal Institute for Natural and Cultural Heritage Preservation, and of course, Sarajevo Canton firefighting units that are part of Civil Protection Service of Canton Sarajevo. Some of the follow-up activities were already conducted. Workshop with Sarajevo Canton Civil Protection and Fire Brigades have been conducted. That was the opportunity to discuss and learn more about legal regulations, coordination procedures, and practical training for controlling small fires. At the same time, dissemination of ICRM methodology is continuing. Based on those activities, I was invited to write an article on a READY project and in general ICRM FAR concept and programs for our professional journal established by Cantonal Institute for Cultural and Natural Heritage Protection. I was also invited to participate in a conference related to UNESCO Heritage Candidacy processes, where I intend to present ICRM tools related to peace building, including PAD tool and community-based heritage indicators for peace. I think that those tools are of crucial importance for understanding what is called, well, the term is contested heritage. So to conclude, I would like to emphasize 3 key lessons regarding transsectoral cooperation and disaster risk preparedness in cultural heritage. And some of them were already mentioned, but it's important to kind of share that once again. So it's talk to people, talk to your colleagues, talk to people that are part of the wider system. It is important that's the great way to raise awareness on the challenges that we deal with that are hidden, that are not like in a part of this first image you see when you enter a museum, archive, or a library. Share knowledge and practical tools, especially tools that are will facilitate a workflow, such as the tools designed by ICRM and tested on many occasions. Of course, there is always space for adjustment, but it is important to start with something that has already proven to be of use for cultural heritage professionals worldwide in cases of emergency. Start with small activities, small-scale activities, meetings, workshops, presentations, and informal exchanges. Even small initiatives can create long-term partnerships and trust. And finally, regardless of context, start with firefighting units. It is not, of course, about their knowledge of cultural heritage. They are usually open for cooperation, which is great, already familiar with regulations and emergency procedures, and they already participated in building such documents, and they can help cultural heritage professionals overcome the sort of internal fear of engaging with risk preparedness. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ada. We're going to pass along now to our final speaker. And I'll say last but not least, we have Maria Argyru.
Thank you, Caroline.
Can you hear me? Yeah, from Greece. So you're going to speak with us about the Corfu General State Archives and the initiative that you've undertaken to improve emergency preparedness across 54 regional public archives in Greece. We look forward to hearing your presentation. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, Caroline. Can you hear me and can you see my presentation?
It's perfect. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. Hello, everyone, and thank you for the opportunity to present. My name is Maria Argyru, and I'm a senior book and paper conservator at the General State Archives of Corfu, which is part of Greece National Network Regional General State Archives, supervised by the Ministry of Education. Despite their, the historical archives of Corfu, as you could see, housed inside the old fortress, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, and we preserve one of the richest archival collection in Greece, spanning from 1320 to the present. Despite the significance, the archives are exposed to multiple risks: high humidity, coastal salt air, heavy rainfall, seismic activity, aging infrastructure, fire risk, and limited emergency access due to a single bridge entrance to the fortress. Reddy helped me adopt a systematic view of all risks, one that can include infrastructure, institutional preparedness, staff capacity, human behavior, and cascading disasters. This shift made it clear that safeguarding heritage cannot be the task of conservators or heritage guardians alone. Effective preparedness requires collaboration across sectors, and heritage resilience is ultimately a shared social responsibility. My project was structured around two interconnected pillars. First, participatory risk awareness and preparedness, and second, community engagement. One of the first actions was the development of a simple, accessible risk assessment questionnaire for regional public archives. Many of these institutions operate without trained conservators, so I used a non-technical, user-friendly language. The questionnaire addressed environmental and storage conditions, exposure to earthquake, floods, humidity and fire, emergency preparedness awareness, staff training needs, and broader institutional vulnerabilities. Initially, I shared the questionnaire internally with colleagues at the Corfu Archives, and it quickly became more than a data collection tool. It evolved into a platform for dialogue, reflection, and shared understanding of risks. I shared, then distributed to the selected regional archives and local cultural institutions to gather feedback, to strengthen professional relationships, and build trust among institutions that often work in isolation. In parallel, I developed educational outreach activities with primary, secondary, and vocational schools in Corfu. And these included presentations, guided visits to the archive, storytelling sessions, hands-on workshop, and direct interaction with historical material. Last month, we participated in the Greek educational initiative Active Citizen, which promotes civic engagement and community-based learning. And I'm looking forward to continue next semester in September. Through these activities, students connected archival heritage with their own lives, families, and contemporary culture. Next, the risk assessment questionnaire was intentionally designed as a simple first step tool rather than a specialized conservation audit. This makes it easy to adapt for smaller archives, local museums, libraries, community collections, or institutions with limited staff and resources. The underlying principles, accessibility, participation, and communication, are aligned with ICROM and UNESCO approaches to people-centered risk management. The tool can be translated, modified, or expanded according to local needs, while still encouraging a shared language around risk and preparedness. Similarly, the educational workshops are highly adaptable. They can be tailored to different age groups, institutional types, and cultural contexts. The project showed that young people engage deeply with heritage when they encounter it through storytelling, haptic experience, creativity, and direct participation away from the digital screens. Lessons learned can be shared through interregional archival networks, professional workshops, conferences, and collaborative projects between cultural and educational institutions. In this sense, the project offers a transferable model for community-centered resilience, even when started from local initiatives. Throughout the project, several important gaps became visible. First, there was no common accessible framework for risk awareness across Greece regional archives. Many institutions lack specialized staff, emergency plans, risk documentation tools, and opportunities for professional exchange and training. Second, institutional isolation is a major challenge. Archives often operate with limited communication with neighboring institutions and local authorities or communities. Third, public awareness remains low. Archives are frequently perceived as closed, technical spaces reserved for researchers, while younger generations are increasingly disconnected for material heritage. The project has begun to address these gaps in several ways. The questionnaire provides an initial shared framework for reflection and documentation of risk, and its collaborative circulation has strengthened communication and trust between our own institutions. The educational activities introduced new audiences, especially students and teachers as well, to the archives as living spaces connected to everyday life, creativity, memory, and identity, the local identity. Most importantly, the project helped shift the conversations from reactive conservation towards proactive preparedness and community resilience in line with international risk management standards. The partnership developed through this project can be sustained through regular communication, shared activities, and gradual institutional networking with the aim of expanding participation over time. The questionnaire already functions as a collaborative platform as colleagues continue to contribute feedback and suggestions. Joint workshops and shared training sessions can further consolidate these relationships and build capacities. Integrating school modules into annual educational programs will help maintain long-term engagement with younger generations. Developing local volunteer networks can support archives and other heritage institutions during emergencies, complementing professional responses. Long-term sustainability will depend on institutional support, opportunities for staff training, and stronger collaboration between archives, educational institutions, and local authorities. Visibility is crucial. When communities understand the value of archives and feel emotionally connected to them, they are more likely to support their protections. For this reason, public engagement, school collaborations, and community events are not secondary to preservation. They're essential components for resilience building. The long-term goal is to help regional archives become more open, connected, and socially integrated institutions. Preparedness along with the technical expertise and emergency plans is also deeply human. It's built through trust, participation, shared responsibility, and the everyday connections between people. With these, even the best technical plans, without these, even the best technical plan remain fragile. Through the READY program, the questionnaire became much more than a tool for data collection. It opened conversations that haven't happened before. It strengthened relationship and helped reveal more vulnerabilities and capacities within institutions and communities. And this is continuing to be continued. Communities as the foundation of resilience. Well, when one of the strongest insights is that local communities are the real foundation of resilience. Durable protection doesn't come from institutions alone. It's built with experts, with heritage staff, educators, volunteers, and community members who care about the stories and memories held in the archives. When students handle historical materials or connect past images with contemporary culture, heritage becomes alive and personally meaningful. People who feel connected to heritage are far more willing to protect it. Safeguarding documentary heritage is inseparable from safeguarding the human relationship and practices that give meaning to those documents. Thank you very much for your attention. My thank you slide disappeared. My deep gratitude to everyone who made this wonderful trip possible, organizers, international experts and participants for the incredible collaboration. Our Latvian hosts, all Greek collaborators, colleagues from Corfu Archives, regional state archives, as well as Athens headquarters, and all local schools and communities who brought such energy to my workshops and help sow the seed for further operations. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Maria. That was really, really wonderful to hear both your and Ada's presentations. The end of this session, we really had a lot of insights shared, and I wanted to give the opportunity before we go to the next session to see if anyone has any questions or wants other information on especially these last two presentations. But if you had a question on the earlier ones, don't hesitate. Please just raise your hand and we're happy to further explore all of the follow-up activities that were undertaken, thanks to the lessons learned in this READY training. I know it's been a long session, but now's your time. So, I think we got a few examples of how, how some of the networks could be kept alive, some of the sustainability that you see from the follow-up actions that you've taken. Any insights from any of the speakers, but especially the last two, on any efforts that you're going to make, any other efforts to ensure that the skills gained through the READY training are you going to continue to be applied in practice? If you have anything that you want to add on that, or any next steps that anyone would like to share with the group.
Well, I can go first, okay. I already have several activities in regards to knowledge sharing, presenting the concept of READY, and lessons learned during this period in terms of methodology, risk analysis, especially what I find especially important, and something that I work on personally till this day, is adapting terminology. Maybe that's because I'm an art historian, so that's my background, and I know how important common language in a professional environment is important, but it is also important to bring this methodology into my language, into Bosnian language also. So I worked on translating the materials, sharing the materials for colleagues that were part of the activities I presented. So it wasn't, I actually shared comprehensive risk analysis that I made during this procedure. It wasn't perfect, but it was a great document for discussion.
Yeah.
So I encourage them to experiment with this document, to kind of try and apply it on their everyday tasks. Because it's a great way to get more familiar with your collections, actually. Sometimes we think we know everything about collection that we are engaged with, but this kind of analysis, survey, documentation, production makes you way more into it. So you start seeing things that you skipped being curator, for example. It wasn't part of your professional interest at some point. So for me, in general, concepts such as risk preparedness, risk mitigations are very important. Even when I'm discussing with contemporary artists, for example, I'm sharing that kind of philosophy. So I'm kind of trying to inspire them think about those concepts while they work, because their art piece will end up in a gallery, will end up in a museum. So it's great to kind of think of this even in a creative processes. So maybe I hope that I kind of provided the answer you were here.
Thank you so much. I think we see that a lot, and especially the UNESCO workshops that I've taken part in over the past years. This importance that you underscored of translating the concepts. It's so important, especially when you're working with local communities. And often you find they've been doing these things for years, but just didn't use the terminology that we're using, or aren't considering them as part of these processes that we're, naming and categorizing. So it's such an important step. I'm glad you highlighted that. I don't know, Maria, if you have any last thoughts before we close.
Yes.
I don't see any other hands up.
Yes, Caroline, thank you. Well, moving to Corfu 15 months ago to take on this specific role was a test of resilience. As a newcomer on a regional archive, I faced a wave of skepticism, and despite my participation in such a prestigious and valuable program, the ICROM Ready Track 1, doors did not open easily in the local communities, and it was really difficult to find available communities to coordinate emergency drills and exercises. That's why I have invested my energy mostly into education programs tailored for younger locals. Building connections with local has been profoundly rewarding, and more and more schools requesting to join our programs next semester. So I'm truly confident that through those programs, the network will expand, and for more collaborative projects in the coming year.
Thank you. No, it's good. We have to keep the persistence, and the awareness raising will bring everyone on board. really, I have to thank everyone, especially thank you to the ICROM team for getting this session set up so smoothly. And thank you to all of our presenters. Thank you for taking the time to really reflect on, how all your takeaways from this amazing opportunity to do the READY training. It was really fascinating to hear how all of you put it into practice on the ground. And I think we all learned a lot from listening to the different national contexts and what you were up against, what you achieved, and how you're going forward. So bravo to everyone. I really, this has really been so great to take part in the panel today. I'm sorry I have to disconnect for another workshop online, but I want to wish you all continued success and thank everyone, and especially hats off to the organizers.
Thank you, Carolyn. Thank you for that excellent moderation, and thank you also to Juha, who, if he is still online, and to all our speakers today. We'll take a short break and come back with a panel roundtable where our speakers of this afternoon will be the moderators. So stay tuned. Thank you. We'll take a short break now.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a short, nice break after an engaging and very intensive conversation and discussion in this session. So without any further ado, as we are running a bit late, I'll invite our moderators for the session of the roundtable discussion. Over to you.
So, hello. Is everybody there? I hope so.
Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
I will start with introducing our guests first. All have worked on our projects and have seen many of the panels of the last 2 days. So we hope to gain some very interesting insights from them. And yeah, I will start to introduce them. So we are having from Hungary, Dr. Laszlo Schramek, the director of the National Archives of Hungary. He took part in the project to conduct a survey about risk preparedness with one of our colleagues. Welcome. Also from Hungary, we have Marton Corboy. I hope I say that properly enough. He's the managing director of the Job 97 occupational safety consultant company. And he helped to support questions regarding risk assessment in Mona's main building. And welcome. We are very pleased that you could make it. From Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have Mrs. Senka Ibrishim-Begovic. Hopefully that was right. It's very hard for a German.
It's right. It's okay.
You're the director of the City Museums of Sarajevo, and you were supporting the proposal of implementing the ICROM ideas and giving an institutional platform to IDA, for which we are all very thankful. And I think IDA really appreciated your support very much. Then from Latvia, we're having Ms. Marika Selga. She's the director of the Special Collections Department. And she is a member of the crisis group at the Ministry of Culture, improving the procedures with Sanita in the library. She's in charge of the Collection Preservation Center. And she is there directly responsible with colleagues for saving the collection in a crisis situation. Welcome as well. From Slovakia, we're also having the chair of Blue Shield, Jasna Palichkova. She gave a platform to talk about Barbara's project at conferences, and she was in general very supportive to Barbara and her ideas. We are very happy to have you here today. Also, from Slovakia, we're having Lucia Shevchikova. She's from the Chamber of Restorers. We already heard about this entity. And she is a delegate to the European Confederation of Conservator Restorers Organizations, ECHO. She represents the Slovak Chamber of Restorers, which supported Barbara to take part in the READY project initially. And she is also representing the connection to the EU pool to conservators and restorers. And she really helped the awareness building with Barbara's projects on an EU level. So thank you for being here. From Slovenia, we are having Matjaž Ravbar. He is the Director General of the War and Veterans and Military Heritage Directorate from the Ministry of Defense. I hope I got that right. He was very supportive through the entire Ready Track 1 journey of ROC, and he was especially crucial in making connections with the stakeholders within the defense system. So we are very interested to hear from him. Then we have two more people. We have Anthony Pisani from Malta. He is the operational director of the Civil Protection Department. And he is the contact of one of our participants to the civil protection. He visited the archives, directed people regarding to the familiarization of visits. He helped to organize firefighter training, and he also gave a presentation on the work of the civil protection during a SAGA conference that was organized by the archives in Malta. So thank you very much for being here as well. And last but not least, we're having my superior, Thomas Gilgard. He is the head of cross-sectorial and conservation department in our archive. And he has worked very closely with one of our colleagues, Steven Zahlaus, from the City Council, and the firefighters on the Working Group for Cultural Heritage Protection within the framework of civil defense. And he's in general pushing the project strongly inside our own institution. So welcome everybody. That was already a very lengthy introduction. Thanks again for being here. And we have prepared some questions. We try to keep in time this time with 30 to 40 minutes for these questions. And then we're having one last question for everybody. The first question will come from Maria, and she will then give the word to the next speakers. I try to fit in questions from the audience if there are questions who are pressing and need to be addressed immediately. If not, we will do it at the end. So please, Maria.
Thank you so much, Tina. Thank you. Hello again. First question is for Mr. Gilbert. You have already introduced from Malta, Mr. Pisani from Mr. Gilbert from Germany, sorry, Mr. Pisani from Malta, and Mrs. Helga from Latvia. My question is, your collaborations between a civil protection department and an archive is a great example of what this session is all about, building bridges across sectors. Could you each take us briefly behind the scenes, like what made it work and what had to change on each side for that to happen? I'm asking in terms of mutual understanding, institutional culture, or priorities, for example. Thank you. Mr. Gilbert, if you'd like to, thank you.
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity to speak here. As we've already heard from Stine, in Germany, the professional fire departments are a part of the municipal administration. And for us, as the Nuremberg City Archives, this means that we as the archivists and the Nuremberg firefighters, we are colleagues within the same city administration. And even though Nuremberg is quite a large city with a population of around about 550,000 people, and with a workforce or city employees of around about 13,000, of course, this gives us many opportunities for establishing contact and for networking within our administration than if we were, well, two very separate organizations. And I think the mere fact that our mayor serves as our shared superior, and that we utilize the same electronic record system, and that we can quickly identify the right contacts via our internal directories. This very much simplifies a great many things. However, all of this would be of very little use if there were not mutual understanding of each other's working methods and requirements. And in this regard, we have been extremely fortunate, I'd like to say, to encounter from the very outset a very high degree of interest and willingness to cooperate among our colleagues at the fire department. The fire department has designated a special person among their ranks for the subject of cultural heritage protection, and they are also willing to visit the cultural institutions in person to explain the fire department's requirements, for instance, regarding the fire safety route maps required for our storage facilities. Just to give you two very short examples to illustrate this, last autumn, a working group comprising representatives from our fire department and from various cultural institutions was established to address the issue of cultural heritage protection within the context of civil defense. And these meetings take place every 6 to 8 weeks, and they are chaired personally by the chief of the Nuremberg Professional Fire Department. And furthermore, last year, the fire department participated in a joint exercise, Stine has already mentioned in her presentation. And I think it was very interesting for our colleagues from the fire department to get this new insight into operational scenario that is, well, certainly very far from their everyday routine. Well, thank you.
Thank you so much. Mr. Pisani? Mr. Pisani possibly cannot hear.
Yes, sorry. I had some technical issue. First of all, thank you for inviting me for such a wonderful discussion. I have learned a lot since I was hearing all the experts talking about. Yes, I got to know Ivan on past work, the profession that he had. He came over to our department and asked us to help in setting up an emergency plan for the National Archives. Myself, I took this responsibility, and I went over myself to the National Archives together with an officer of mine. We walked through the National Archives, both in Rabat and in Valletta. We saw what the building consists of, because what happens is normally National Archives are buildings or heritage buildings which were not purposely built for such a scope. So it is always a challenge for a fire safety officer to do a risk assessment in such buildings, because these are old buildings and they were not specifically designed to have fire suppression system, compartmentation, and so on. So when you have a fire, the fire could quickly spread out in areas which they should have not spread into. So we went over there. We spent nearly a day over at the National Archives. Even he took us all around each and every corner of the National Archives. And we have made a report. This did not finish there, because when you're a firefighter and you go into a smoke environment, probably you will start using one of our extinguishing medias is water. Water is used abundantly in a fire. So it was decided that it's not only me and this officer who should go over to the National Archives, but we take all our firefighters there. So with the collaboration of the National Archives, we took each shift, and we did not decide to send one of our shifts, because our shift is based on four teams. So it was decided to send all the four teams day by day according to the appointment, and we took them. We walked them through all the National Archives for them to know the whereabouts of all these national heritages. Sometimes you have youngsters and young firefighters who does not have the love of the National Archives like sometimes we do have. So we took them we walked them through, we showed them areas, and then we have made exercises. We did not stop there. We have also set up training courses for all the National Archives employees, we gave them training. And obviously, it did not stop there. We also went to another National Archives where we saw another part of our national heritage. Regretfully, what I like to consider is I hear Steen saying about windows leaking and so on in the National Archives. It is important that sometimes you pay money. In general, you pay money to have the works repaired, but regretfully, sometimes the workmanship is not done how it should be done, and you end up, for example, with a large rainfall, and you end up water all around the walls. Again, sometimes these buildings were not designed, they were military, so they had little attention to water, how water gets perpetrates into the building. So sometimes, the community, they pay lots of money to have the work done properly, but regretfully, you get some people who comes into the work to do the work and they don't do it professionally. And this I have seen it in one of the National Archives, where they had a gaseous system, but regretfully, all the windows, they did not close properly. So if God forbid there is a fire, obviously the gas is going to escape, and the protection that it was designed to do, it is not going to work correctly. So this is one of the things we took. We emphasized a lot on the people working at the National Archives to take care of.
Thank you so much. So I'm so familiar with the same issues that you have already shared. Thank you so much. Mrs. Elga, do you like to give us your experience and account?
Thank you very much for this possibility to participate. As I would say that having this project in Latvia, having Sanita in our library working with us, helped us immensely. Firstly, when we are talking about Civil Protection Department, we had several meetings. As it was mentioned already, I do represent not just the library, our library itself, but also the group working in the Ministry of Culture, where we had several meetings. And the first thing we learned that we talk different languages, we have different terms, and we do not use something like SOPs, which would stand for just standard operating procedures and something like that. It was interesting to learn at least what is that when we talk with our colleagues from that department, what is the language we need to use in both directions, what we understand and what they understand. Secondly, there already exist several plans, and it was not so that we would not be included in those. But usually it would be addressed as where would there be evacuation routes, or where should we find temporary storage. When we talk about library itself and the collections, that was the next question, and this is the part where we ourselves worked very well with them. So we invited in the library to have them for several meetings, and we are now discussing a tabletop exercise just to test our communication capabilities, and also who takes decisions at what point, as this is important to go through that. We are talking about physical routes. We tested our storages and collection stacks, and we find out that we are having too small or narrow routes for them to walk out in full uniform with everything. So we are rearranging all that. We also have had talks together with the firefighters and the local government as different type of responsibilities lay on one and other ones. We talked with them regarding our collections and the signs we will be putting in, and let's say we took into account that what they suggested as our idea where something needs to be put for them to see was totally opposite of that what actually is needed. So each discussion was very important. And once more, it is important to have those route maps in place. And as it was mentioned before, if you have chance to invite your firefighters and local government to see your collections, how does it work, they will be assisting much more with your, let's say, boxes which you need and everything when you will talk about cultural and heritage institutions being active, actually. And this was also one of our lessons learned, that people were not used to cultural heritage institutions being as active as we are now, thanks to this project, in, let's say, facilitating the readiness and preparedness in community. So we, as a library, a national library, we are also responsible or cooperating with the libraries in Latvia, with the public libraries and school libraries and other academic libraries. So in that sense, all the methodics we got from this cooperation is then also explained to other ones. So we hope to raise a really good resilience also in other institutions. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your account. And of course, your expert, as well as dear Sanita, is a national treasure. You have to export.
Yeah, absolutely. We are the luckiest ones as she is with us. And when, at least once more, I would love to thank you all for this project and being working with Latvian institutions, as we really had a lot of new thinking coming in place, and we are now actively communicating with the institutions which were possibly would never imagine to do it, let's say 1 year ago, before the project started. So thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you, thank you all for sharing with us your initiatives, and congratulations for all your work, and the best in the future. Please, now I will give the word to dear Aida.
Thank you, Maria. My question is mainly for Mrs. Jasna Pličková from Slovakia. We would like to know more about your perspective as a chair of Blue Shield of Slovakia. Who do you think is the best prepared to act in case of emergency, posing a risk to cultural property? And who do you think should lead the operation in case of a large-scale incident? We also invite Mr. Ravbar and Mr. Kolboy to add their perspective to this question. Floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm glad to be here. It was very interesting to listen to all these presentations from 10 o'clock. It was very interesting, very inspiring for me. What concern the preparedness and acting, so of course there are the groups which are ready to act and have the legal capacity to act. So it's first of all these military forces like armed forces, what it means soldiers and policemen, but they can't act without any directions from the culture sphere. So it's very good, as my pre-speaker told us, that she's working in the Ministry of Culture, and the Ministry of Culture cooperates with these forces. And it also it depends on the given government which rules, and it not every time it works. So we see us as Blue Shield. We refer to this organization as a movement because it's made of it's NGOs in different countries. It's not non-profit organizations, so we have no rights, rules, or sources to organize anything. We just see us as mediators between these institutions, which is like Ministry of Culture, Ministry of Defense, and to get ready before the risk comes. And of course, when it comes to really war conflict, it's the army which it's its turn. It would be nice if they would take care of Blue Shield emblems, but we see from the political situation, it never works. So we see also our role in non-war conflicts, like it's the fire or floods, and even the legal systems which would punish also the private owners of historical sites. So this is like our field. And I see also, I see that the most important role is this, uniformed units which are responsible to act in really conflict situations.
Thank you for sharing your thoughts. It would be great to hear a Slovenian perspective on this challenge from Mr. Ravbar, if you have something to add.
Hello.
We can hear you. Yes.
As you can see, I'm on the field exploring the magnificent port of Novi Sad, but that's why I had to run out of the bunkers so to get some internet. So yes, as I heard before, defense sector, it's also important in the contribution of this protection of cultural heritage. Of course, we cannot do without civil sphere of cultural and its institutions. So military side from we in Slovenia, as Rok also stated before, also includes firefighters or civil protection. This is also all part of Ministry of Defense in Slovenia, but I understand that elsewhere there is not such a situation, but still this cooperation between different stakeholders, so to say, it's very important to protect our and world cultural heritage.
Thank you very much for sharing your perspective. Barbara, floor is all yours.
Thank you, Aida, and thank you for the interesting answers. Maybe some of you already touched this topic in your answers, but maybe somebody would like to comment specifically or answer this question. How could the defense sector contribute to the first aid for the cultural heritage, and where do you see the cultural heritage sector in the context of civil protection, especially regarding the obligations created by the 1954 Hague Convention that states adopting preventive measures and planning emergency measures. Could you maybe even provide an example of best practice? Maybe Mr. Rafbar or Mr. Gilgert or Mr. Schramek?
Okay.
You have an answer for us?
Yes, of course. Our work and job also is, of course, to respond to obligation reflected to the Hague Convention, and we are obliged to plan before crisis occurs. By training the staff, and mainly by shifting from reactive to resilience-based planning. We have to plan before the disaster occurs, of course. As I'm coming from the defense sector, I know that all the planning comes, or it's not efficient when the disaster strikes, of course, because as much as you plan, you cannot predict all the elements, all the disasters. So the important thing is to be ready with the planning and to be also flexible when something occurs. We had some good practices. We also made a nationwide exercise called Odpornost, or resilience, in 2024, and we saw where our negative sides are, or where we are lacking in preparedness, and of course we have to repair these mistakes, let's say.
Thank you, Mr. Rafbar. This is very interesting what you are saying. Maybe it would be also good for us to, if you have some link to share for us, that we could read more about your findings from the exercise. Thank you. Please, anybody else? We are running very short of time, so Mr. Schramek, maybe.
Thank you. I'm really honored that I can take part in this roundtable conversation. At first, I have to say that we have really good relations with the firefighters. They hold every third or fourth year a great training in our buildings. So they know what to do and they know how to do. This is the first I had to underline, and it would be good if the defense sector could provide us with storage facilities just in case of great dangers, because there are lack of storage facilities. So this is the from the side of the defense sector, and we have designated our defense coordinators and the building commanders for each building who get in touch with the central civil protection and military commanders. So we try to organize a local defense system with their guidance. I think that these are the most important things in Hungary. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Mr. Schramek. Obviously, we all depend on cooperation, and it's good that you can formulate exactly what are your needs. Thank you. Anybody else? Mr. Gilgert?
Well,
Yeah. May I just add that, let's say, it is important to be included in the trainings. Once more, cultural institutions are not used to be part of such type of trainings usually. So just the decision-making part and all these rules and procedures which will take place in, let's say, any catastrophe or crisis taking place, it is important. So I would assume that that's the first thing, and this gives you the chance also to communicate back according to Hague Convention, what is where and how to react about that. So just be there, be part of it. That is what I would suggest.
Thank you, Ms. Elga. Mr. Gilgert?
Yeah, well, I just want to mention when it comes to the subject of the civil and military cooperation, when we're talking about cultural heritage protection, it is necessary to acknowledge that, especially in Germany, our armed forces, they do not enjoy a very high standing, unfortunately. And they often encounter mistrust or rejection among the general public, and even, I have to say, within certain sectors of the administration. And to give you an example, just a few weeks ago, I attended a conference where representatives from all of Germany's emergency response networks gathered. And one of the speakers there, he himself was conservator restorer and simultaneously also a naval reserve officer, very rare. I think a very rare combination, and he delivered a very passionate speech and a plea for closer cooperation between cultural institutions and the military. And his advice was that the emergency response networks, they should reach out very early on and get in touch with the army, and not only with Blue Shield. And he gave us the advice, and that was very interesting for me as a historian and archivist, was his advice to examine older cultural heritage protection concepts dating back to the Second World War and even the Cold War. But what I found most striking were the reactions from the audience. And the audience, there were primarily curators from museums, conservators, archivists, librarians, also a few firefighters. And the reactions were highly emotional, and people were saying, it's not our job to prepare for war, and people like you are talking us into war. And others simply said, you're scaring us. And how can you react to people who get scared of reality? And also during the coffee break, his presentation was a topic, and I overheard conversations, and people said, well, if war breaks out, I'm not staying at my museum, I'm just going to run away. I'm going to hide. And but I think what I take from this experience, that we here in Nuremberg, we are very likely going to get in touch with the army and see what kind of cooperation we can establish.
Thank you, Mr. Gilgert. This was a very interesting point of information, especially coming from Germany. But I think I touched this theme as well, that building the trust among people who are from more like artistic background, or people who have no experience with war or with systems preparing for such conditions or emergencies. It's very important so that they can cooperate in case there is a need for. So thank you very much. Well, I would like to give the words to Rok, who has some other questions ready.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. Yeah, my question goes to Mrs. Shevchikova, but of course, you're all invited to give your opinion. So conservators, restorers are expected under Article 14 of the Confederation of Conservators Restorers Organization guidelines to render all assistance possible in cases of immediate danger or disaster affecting cultural heritage, regardless of their specialization. In your opinion, is this responsibility communicated sufficiently within your profession? And how can disaster risk prevention and preparedness be made more prominent among members of the organization and the wider community of cultural heritage professionals?
Thank you for your question. I will try to keep this brief. So the responsibility set out in Article 14 of the Eco-Professional Guidelines is highly important and should be understood as shared professional duty. Preparedness should become a regular part of professional practice rather than an exceptional concern. Every conservatory restorer should have at least a basic understanding of risk prevention, emergency procedures, and salvage priorities. In this context, Verband Restauratoren, VDR, conducted a survey asking whether the organization should become more actively involved in this field, and the initiative received strong support from the majority of respondents. Many conservatory restorers are aware of the ethical obligation concerning conservation treatment itself. However, regarding to disaster preparedness, confidence level can vary significantly depending on training background, institutional support, previous experience, and such other factors. Many European countries are developing specialized plans for the protection of cultural heritage. For example, seismic protection measures regarding the risk of floods or fires and others. To make this topic more prominent among ECO members, several steps could be applied. For example, integrating disaster preparedness more consistently into conservation restoration education. Emergency planning should be more developed within the core competences, rather being treated as optional topics. For instance, disaster preparedness training in France is only included in the master's program in preventing conservation. Additional training opportunities are offered through workshops and professional courses organized by Blue Shield France. Therefore, another suggestion would be fostering these competencies through regular workshops, simulations, and interdisciplinary exercises. Practical experience is often more effective than just the theoretical guidance alone. Also develop a toolkit, online resources, and multilingual guidelines. For example, already mentioned VDR was able to develop a practical guideline that would enable rapid action in emergency situations. Very important would be encouraging national organization within ECO to establish rapid response networks or contact lists of trained professionals who can assist during this type of emergency. Within the VDR, contact person were identified to all fields of conservation restoration. And likewise in France, there are registers of experts willing to be contacted in the event of disaster, which is maintained through the Ministry of Culture and the FFCR, Fédération Française de Conservateurs Restaurateurs. And the Blue Shield France also maintains a database of professionals, but this includes not only conservatory restorers, but also librarians, archivists, curators, and so on. Our colleagues in Sweden are very active in this field. They have developed an open source Google PIN map of conservators, restorers, materials, available resources based on voluntary contributions from professionals themselves. They also organize their own webinars, participate in international training program, and similarly to France, they work closely with Blue Shield Sweden, with whom they have developed a pilot course in cultural property protection. Conservatory stores in Norway and Iceland are also successfully involved in similar initiatives. And as a conclusion, conservatory stores can play a key role in promoting the understanding that preparedness is not only about protective objects, but also about preserving cultural identity, collective memory, and social resilience. Encouraging this perspective across the profession would help to fulfill the spirit of Article 14 more effectively and reinforce the collective ability of conservatory restorers to protect cultural heritage in time of crisis. So, thank you.
Thank you very much for your answer. So, would like anybody to add something to this? Okay, if not, then I will pass the word to Monica.
Thank you, Rok. Thank you very much. So I would address the next question to Mrs. Imbris Begovic from Bosnia-Herzegovina, to Mrs. Selka from Latvia, and to Mr. Ravbar from Slovenia. So how can we raise awareness of threats facing museums, archives, and cultural heritage? And how can we further improve cooperation with stakeholders outside the museum and archive sectors?
Okay, thank you for that question. I assume I can be the first to answer.
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for inviting me and to my colleague Aida as a team who participated in this very valuable education process for our institution. And to give the contribution as director of the City Museums Sarajevo. I can also say that the raising awareness is really connected with educational processes of not only the people who are working within our institutions, but all the people who are coming to the museums, but all the people who are lovers of the, like being part of our process of growing the collection, educating through the museums. So we have to somehow educate our people, but also educate and connect with the institutions who can educate people who are living in the city, whose heritage is this institution. And that is something that we have begun with this education that now, and Aida was presenting this morning, that we already started. So basically, I think it is important to say also that institutions within our canton Sarajevo, they are already aware that they have to educate people who are working in public institutions, not only in museums, but in general, like at universities, at, medical staff, etc., on how to treat the risks or how to treat the this kind of not all day situations like a fire, or if there is a water coming in, if there is a earthquake, or like these kind of damages that are maybe natural damages, but also mankind mistakes, like a fire can be, or like some kind of institutional damage within the electrical or other features that are existing in every public building. So there is a strategy that all the people are being educated, that I can witness to you that at, for example, University of Sarajevo, where a lot of people are working in separate buildings because there is still not a university campus existing. So these people are being educated from the professionalists from Fire Protection Institute or Fire Protection, several organizations, and they are educating on how to treat, for example, now if there is a risk of fire or if there is really a fire being in that institution. And especially in the museums, that is important that we strengthen this collaboration as we already started with these institutions who can teach us, but also help us to equip our buildings with adequate equipment to be able to stop or even also to protect our heritage or our artifacts that we are showing in a museum from such kind of damage or big damages if like this kind of risk occurs. Speaking from institution where we are seated now, it is the Olympic Museum Sarajevo that was actually burned down, that was set under the fire in the beginning of the recent war that we had in Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1992. And I can say to you that the almost all valuable artifacts were saved because of the management at that time of the people who were working in the museum. They actually put the artifacts in the souterrain, in the basement floor, because that building has 3 levels, and it is Austro-Hungarian monument, like a villa that is also a protected building, and it was bombed from the roof, and it was really set in the fire in a minute because the roof was built out of the wooden structure. So putting the artifacts helped in the souterrain, helped the institution to save and to save it at that time, because you cannot predict, during the wartime when the enemy will shut or will it shut these kind of institutions, so you cannot really be prepared for such, protection in that cases. But in the cases as such, I think that the management and the people from the museum reacted really well, and they really putting these artifacts in the basement, in the souterrain. They managed to save them actually. And I'm happy because of that, as we now restored that and reconstructed that building, and artifacts are now again exposed, that within that building we now, of course, regarding also to our laws of fire protection, we have equipped building with the needed fire protection, elements that we can react if there is a fire again. But it is important, as I said in the beginning, that we connect with all the institutions that can educate people and prepare people. As somebody also from the discussions today said, I mean, they would maybe in such a case of disaster or natural disaster, or the people would some of people would run away, or, you cannot predict how the people would react. So that's why it is the education of the people is important, the cooperation with the stakeholders outside of the museum to strengthen this kind of also the people, or the readiness of the people who are working within the museums to be able to react in the right way. So yeah, we support, all these kind of initiatives, and I'm willing also to, of course, after this all education, we are also in the included in other kinds of education within the ICCROM and with the UNESCO, and collaborating with so well as international as well as local institutions to continue on working on this subject, and to work on especially like like widening our assets also to be prepared if anything else happens, like that we can react on.
Thank you very much. Thank you for this very inspiring details, what you said about preparation. And I would like to ask Ms. Selka to add her answer.
Yeah, this was really full answer. I believe we cannot add to that. I will just add something else. Firstly, to protect cultural heritage, you need to know what that is. And this is what we consider as a library as one of our first tasks. And let's say as representative of this group in the Ministry of Culture, we really actively work with that education about cultural heritage itself. And let's say, talking about the libraries once more, you need to talk about those roles. You need to talk about the right of library. And let's say we also do this exhibition part. And if you have exhibitions where you talk about the importance or previous examples, people notice, people learn from that. We do have special program called Culture Canon in Latvia, where we stress what are the 100 most important things in our culture. And so everybody starts to learn about that already in the school. So we have really a lot of materials which addresses the school children and the youth. We work with the universities together on the material, again, on cultural heritage, including that what is well, let's say movable and not movable, and how would you approach all that? So the awareness comes from that you firstly you need to know what that is and what is the importance of books which you have already every day around, and the protection then comes with working with local governments and with other institutions. That's true. And basically, yes, once more, education is everything.
Thank you very much. And I would give the word now to Mr. Ravbar about this question.
Thank you. After these two answers, I can not give a lot of contribution, but yes, first we have to know what we have to protect, why we have to protect it, and also that we participate in this event like today and ready this initiative and action that lasted so long was also opening our eyes to our part, because we know some let's say what our some tasks, but we got also a lot of new ideas, like colleague Senka was giving us. So yes, we our good example is also that when some disaster strikes, we try to help also other institutions. So we had an example of floods a few years ago, and we, as a Ministry of Defense, helped also the cultural institutions and the awareness that we are here to help also bring awareness to our own ministry that we are here also to protect cultural property. But again, as everybody was saying before, education is primarily a thing that we have to do in our home, in our institutions, and also to have to bring information to what we are doing to the, let's say, visitors of our institutions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ravbar. It's very good you mentioned that we need to bring the awareness in every level and every sector. So this is mainly the point, I think. So now with this, I would give back the word to Rock to the next question.
Thank you, Monica. This next question goes predominantly to Mrs. Ibrishim Begovic and Mr. Shramek. So how are you integrating considerations for disaster risk management and climate adaptation in contemporary design of your institution? Which risk factors do you currently consider to be the most serious or the most difficult to manage? And what specific steps are necessary to mitigate them? Thank you.
Okay, so I'm taking the word first. Integrating the disaster in risk management of our institution. So we actually, as my colleague Aida presented, our institution is actually taking care of 4 different locations. We are seated in the Olympic Museum, which is a natural protected monument. It's like a cultural heritage building, and it is specific for itself as it is lacking of proper space, for example, for storage doing artifacts or even having this kind of, but with adaptation after the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, it was actually adapted a bit to the contemporary needs, but still there is space for like improving, but in lacking of the space, we have to find maybe another ways which we are actually trying to, on the way while working in that building to fix or to find better solutions with in the space that we are, having. We cannot change the building as it is protected. But what we can do is now when we are planning the new building for our Museum of Contemporary Art, which is still in plan and it should start to be constructed soon. It is a building that was designed by Renzo Piano for the contemporary art collection that is actually formed during the siege of Sarajevo, during the war, as an international collective will of artists at that time by donating the piece of art for the new museum in Sarajevo. They actually wanted to raise awareness of, how art can be resilient to the damages, to the wars, to the, disasters. In the case of Sarajevo, that was the brutal war. So Renzo Piano, as an architect, joined this project as the ambassador of goodwill of UNESCO in 1999 by providing the preliminary design for this amazing collection. And he actually did the preliminary design in these years, 2002, 2004. We presented the designs and got the first permits in 2005 until 6. And the museum is until today still not built. So actually by regenerating this project in 2018 and 19, me, as I became the director of the public institution, I actually, as an architect, really approached that, let's say, improving the design of Renzo Piano that was done 25 years ago from now, into the actual now, integrating all the risks that today's world is, now facing as a challenges to protect or to exhibit our art, any kind of art, but in our case, this contemporary art collection. So we actually, and we are happy for that, collaborate also very close with our architects from Italy, but also local people in order to adapt our building or to adapt the building into the contemporary management of planning this kind of adaptation of the project that was done 20 years ago into the new situations, and also developed new ways of how to design spaces to be more resistant to these kind of disasters. And I think we succeeded very well in improving that design, from 20 years ago into the new.
Zenka, you're
Sorry,
muted.
Senka.
Yeah, I saw, but I didn't mute myself. I don't know how. Okay, did you hear me?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Up till last few words.
Okay, so actually, I'm looking really forward to see why we will execute this new building to really like adapt the best possible within the new circumstances on like planning the spaces for being prepared to any kind of disasters. I mean, as much as possible, of course, and as much as we can, as architects also, and engineers, do the like design now, but also to prepare and to collaborate to create the network within the stakeholders, as we are now doing it also in order to be able to start to design or to construct the building. We had already to get several permits, from several stakeholders to be sure that not only the site while constructing will be safe, but also later, that building, when it is in function, will have several, levels of safety and will, be able to respond to the several, let's hope no, but several circumstances, risks that or disasters that may occur in our society. As I said to you, we also, I mean, in our country, we also, beside the war, had also several, big fires that were happening in our city that we know, that we, have as a historical facts. In our country is also like flooding very common because, we have a lot of rivers, lakes, and also our country is a bit, like the soil is not so in all parts stable. So this is also the risk. And of course, like earthquakes, it's not, I mean, they're happening, but especially in Sarajevo, they are not so heavy as in maybe other parts of the country, but it still is something that we plan in order, like we planned a very high level of, stability of our construction in order to, be sure that if like an earthquake also happens, that our building is secured. So in that sense, we are planning as much as we can, as we are able to control processes. In some of our exhibitions, for example, in Walter Defend Sarajevo, it is also a monument building, like a protected heritage building that is also reconstructed recently. So it is Austro-Hungarian building that has several, risks by being constructed with fragile, like elements, like no concrete, no reinforced concrete. So it is risky, if earthquake happens. But in all other senses, by reconstructing that building where our exhibition is, we or the constructor really took like all like contemporary ways of equipping the building, and also like other exhibition of Sarajevo Memorial Room, and it is also in a protected house from Austro-Hungarian period. There are like a lot of them in Sarajevo, and it is also something that we have to take as it is, but also to deal with that and to try to do our best in that sense. So
Thank you so much. Mr. Šramek,
Thank you. Thank you. We are lucky to have a quite a new building. It was built between 1999 and 2001. So it is provided with all the needed facilities and all the needed equipment, burglary alarm systems, fire alarm systems. They have also signal transfer. So it is our building is all the clock around quite good managed. We sat on good facility management. We have good isolation. So our greatest concern is the climate change and the heat waves in summer. They cause extreme annual temperature fluctuations in our storages. So what we need is perhaps a good climate air conditioning system, because it could mitigate the temperature and humidity fluctuations. This is our most concern, our greatest concern, and it would need it would need an investment in a solar system. So I think the facility management is the most important in the disaster risk management. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So thank you to Mr. Shramek and Mrs. Ibrishimbegovic. And now I'm giving the words to Stine.
Thank you, Rok. We are running a little bit late, so we are wrapping up very fast. Thank you, Mr. Shramek. The building facility management is really a key part. Ida has prepared a little wrap-up of everything that was said, and then we're having one question from the audience, and that will be it for today. So Ida, please go on.
First of all, I would like to thank you for your patience and your contribution to this discussion. Actually, you made great suggestions and shared valuable insights. Although many things were said, but I would like to highlight several. Although we are coming from different parts of Europe, it seems that we share challenges and share concerns. You all mentioned that training and exercise is key, that using already existing structures and standardized procedure is of great value for our field as well. We also mentioned some good examples, like in France, where all the materials and protocols are available online. So we should all bear those ideas in mind. I would also like to thank our audience. We are still with audience of 80 people following this discussion. It's very, very valuable fact. So thank you all once again. And Stine, please continue with the questions from the audience, and then hope to see you one day in real. Have a best day.
Thank you very much, Ida, for this conclusion. We're having one question from Bilal Lumi. Actually, it's two questions, and they're very specific to Mr. Pisani. I will read it here, but I think it would be best if the two of you could share your contact information. So, Mr. Pisani, building on the discussion regarding operational and policy resilience, Tunisia has just experienced the same destructive flash flood patterns caused by severe storms, which resulted in tragic losses and significant damage to our infrastructure and heritage sites like Sidi Bou Said. Since Malta dealt with those same weather patterns, how was your civil protection department moved beyond emergency response to preventive policy, specifically for heritage sites? Is there a formal heritage-specific protocol in your national risk management framework that triggers automatically? Or is the protection of these sites handled through ad hoc coordination? So very long, very specific question.
Exactly. Ideally, they should send an email if they have contacts with Ivan Ellul. They should, who is the National Archives representative for this meeting, and then Ivan will send me the questions, and I will reply back on an official letter. I think that's the ideal reply.
I think that would really have the best outcome.
On the same topic, when Tunisia was affected with this flash flood, we had also an issue with Libya, and when they had a flash flood, when the dam collapsed and it washed a whole city of Derna under the water, and there was a huge devastation there. And regretfully, the water made much and very much damage. Actually, Malta were the first to arrive to give our help. Regretfully, we went with hope to save people, but as soon as we arrived, which was a 24-hour trip to arrive on site, the devastation was very big. Especially there was a large number of people who got killed because they were washed under the waters of the dam. And if you're not prepared and have archives, first of all, you have to see that the topography of where the archives are located is not or will not be affected by water. In the case of Malta, what we have done is we have helped the National Archives to, first of all, see that water will not penetrate into their buildings by doing the correct maintenance. And secondly, is they buy or invest in equipment which helps in preventing water from entering into the National Archives. This has to be not just by saying here. I mean, you have to have a group of people around you with expertise and that help you protect the archives, in this case of Tunisia. As we cannot say it now, and the issue is going to be solved. There has to be surveys done, made, and in order that in case they are affected by such a situation, they would be prepared. Another thing is, one cannot pretend that in a national emergency, the civil protection is going to be everywhere. So by the training of the employees of the National Archives, they can at least start by until the civil protection would arrive on site. When we have such an incident in Malta, the amount of calls you receive is big. So, I mean, with the resources we have, we cannot help everyone at one time. So you have to be prepared yourself, at least. I'm not say fully, but at least you have plans prepared for each kind of incident that could happen. So you would start doing the preparation, or you start doing the prevention yourself. As they say, precaution is better than cure. So you have to work out with professional people to do the precautions. So in case of emergency, you start mitigating the situation until the professional help will arrive.
Thank you, Mr. Pisani. That's a very important insight. We are encountering that here as well. Many people who didn't work in this with this topic before. They have all these expectations of the civil protection and the firefighters, but we also need to keep in mind that we have to prepare something ourselves and we have to meet in the middle. And as we all said before numerous times, we have to speak each other's language. I sent you the email from Bilal, Mr. Pisani. It's in your private chat. He has so many questions, or I hope it's a he and not a she. I'm very sorry if it is a she. And it would be great if you could get back at them. So thank you all so very much. Yeah, it's a Mr. Lumi.
Yes.
Well, that's it from us. If nobody else has anything to say, then I would give back to our kind hosts from ICCROM, Aparna and Jui and Mohona, which we all want again thank for their guidance and everything. So yeah, back at you.
Thank you. Thank you, Stine, for this excellent panel to all involved, all the team, and also our illustrious panelists who were here for this roundtable. It was very informative, and I'm sure it brought the curtain down very well, and it was well appreciated by all our audience who have stayed with us until now, and I would like to thank them for their continued commitment and their engagement. And this is already a result of the success of Ready Track One. And with this, we bring all our discussions from Track One to a close. And we will have the formal ceremony. We have reflected together on results, experiences, challenges, and lessons emerging from Ready Track One. But more importantly, we have reflected on what it truly means to build a connected and practice-oriented community for protecting heritage in times of crisis. When we designed this Ready Track One, together with our technical partners, whom you have heard, some of whom from whom you have heard today over the past 3 days, and colleagues, the idea was never simply to organize just another training course. Our ambition was much larger, and we wanted to create a learning journey that moved through different phases, from online exchanges and conceptual grounding to in-person practical training, simulation exercises, field-based implementation, which you have done, peer learning, and now this online coordination meeting, where we have shared experiences and reflections, bringing back together months of work and effort, and all this collaboration, which was so evident in form of this last roundtable from all our stakeholders who bring immense experience. And I think over these past days, we have seen that the real value of what this approach has been, of this, learning journey approach, because what you have shared is not theory. You have not shown how you have not just left it, in the classroom. And we are very heartened that you have shown how methodologies were adapted to your local realities, how partnerships were built across sectors, how risk assessments became tools for dialogue and coordination. You discovered many new stakeholders, and there were lots of aha moments. How museums, archives, libraries, and cultural centers and communities started engaging together with disaster risk management and preparedness. And especially when we think about what Lily Criston did with her Roma community, or Signe Puyate with the Opite community in Latvia, this was really rewarding. And also today, hearing Aida speak about young members of the community, or other awareness projects, it was very rewarding to hear that these ideas have resonated beyond our small community to your respective local networks. And that is exactly what Ready hope to achieve. One of the strongest aspects that for me, for this cohort, has been the willingness to work beyond institution silos. And this was also evident in bringing together heritage professionals, emergency responders, civil protection authorities, academics, community actors, and policymakers. That kind of coordination is not always easy. So kudos to all of you. And a sincere thanks from all of us, the organizers and partners and teachers who join me in thanking you. But in a world which is increasingly shaped by overlapping disasters, conflicts, and uncertainty, your work is relevant and it is absolutely necessary. And I hope that you will continue undertaking this work and become strong advocates for it. What has inspired me most is seeing how many of you took ownership of the process after the formal training phase ended. So that for me was personally rewarding. You returned home and continued the work. You tested these methods, organized local activities, engaged communities, trained colleagues, and strengthened institutional dialogue, all within given means, and as well as built new relationships. Some of you worked in very difficult circumstances and still managed to create impact. That is the real success story of our Ready Track 1. Congratulations once again. It's not in the number of workshops, it's not going to be in the reports, but the fact is there is now a growing network of professionals across Creative Europe participating countries who understand that heritage protection must become part of broader resilience planning, climate adaptation, and emergency preparedness efforts, as well as security planning. I also want to sincerely thank our technical partners, resource persons, moderators, facilitators, and institutional collaborators who supported this journey at every stage. And of course, our gratitude goes to the European Union through the Creative Europe program, whose support made this initiative possible. To all of you here today, please do not underestimate the importance of the work you are doing. Every conversation you start inside your institution, every risk you help identify, every local actor you bring into preparedness discussions, every collection or living tradition you help safeguard, these are concrete contributions to stronger and more resilient societies. As we close, I would like to leave you with one single thought that has guided much of my own work, and I hope your work together. Culture cannot wait. It cannot wait until after disasters strike or after conflicts end. By then, memories may be lost, traditions disrupted, and communities disconnected from what gives them identity and strength. What Ready Track 1 has shown is that preparedness is possible now through cooperation, practical action, and strong partnerships across sectors. So, with that, thank you, and I look forward to working with you and continuing this journey together through Ready Track 2, Ready Track 3, 3A, and hopefully Ready Forever. Thank you so much. And now I would like to begin with Yuhi and Mohana, who have been my very good colleagues and teammates in this Ready journey, and also Rahel Wolde-Michael, who's not here with us today, but in spirit she joins you to hand over your certificates. That was the project team that took care of Ready. A small project team at ICROM, but a very big project team in form of our resource people, our partners who helped us because as we have been trying to say, no one single person, no one single institution can help respond to the complex crises that we are tackling and also avert them, also avoid them. So that's why this was a collaborative journey through and through. So as I read out the names, I join all the colleagues, all the colleagues gathered here in congratulating them. If you want to open a mic and speak about the person that we are going to call out the name for and show the certificate, do that. So how we are going to do this? We're going to do this alternately. Mona, Jui, you are ready? Are you ready? Mona and Jui are there?
Yes, we are ready.
You are ready. Okay. So I'm going to call out the name on my screen. That's going to be the first person who's going to get the certificate. Then I encourage all of you to open your mics. And if you feel like saying what this person was doing during the in-person training, one memory that you remember about this person, please say it aloud and let's reminisce together. And I hope some of our resource people are also here. So I would like to hear from them as well. So the first certificate, actually the first name, and it's in alphabetic order, not in any other order of preference. Agrita Vitola, the certificate goes to her. So that's her certificate.
Yay, Agrita! Woohoo!
So what do you have to say about Agrita? What do you remember most from Agrita?
Well, some of my colleagues in Ready team somehow hired me in rank and called me a crazy firefighter who is taking care of culture, heritage, and so on. Now I hope that you have put in a higher rank all other of my colleagues all over Europe and wherever you are, so that we all are crazy. If we need to save something, then we really become really crazy. So we do care about you, and it was a great joy to be together with you and to get crazy with all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Agrita. Okay, so
thank you.
Over to Jui. Over to Jui now. Thank you, Agrita. Thank you. Congratulations.
Okay, so I think I will speak on behalf of Jui. The next person is Aika. Congratulations, Aika.
Thank you very much, Mohona. I'm afraid I can't be as eloquent right now as Agrita. I would just like to thank you all very much for all your insights, all your efforts. It was great meeting you all in Riga, and I hope and I trust we will somehow meet again.
Hey, congratulations. Okay, so the next person to be called is Aida. Congratulations, Aida.
There's so many things I would like to say, but I'm still coping with Aida's compliment. I kind of scare her. So I hope that I'm not scary anymore. So it was a great journey. It was a great journey. I learned a lot. I learned a lot about preserving cultural heritage from one side, but also learned a lot about myself through this great experience. You are a great group of people. And as I mentioned earlier in one of our chat groups, we are going to become our kind of support group forever in many other ways besides preserving cultural heritage. So thank you, guys.
Thank you, Aida. Congratulations. Over to Mohona. Mohona, the next one is yours, or shall I do
Oops,
it?
I was muted. Sorry. The next certificate goes to Anne.
Oh, Anne, our brave leader in the last session in Riga.
So, is Anne there?
I saw Anne coming in, but I don't know if she's still here. She's coming in and out. Well, maybe we can move on to the next person.
Yes, and I will say the next person's name.
Yes.
It's Arthur.
Oh.
And I know what you're going to say when I say Arthur. Congratulations,
Okay.
Arthur.
Thank you. Thank you, Aparna. Thank you, Morona. Thank you, Joey, and my dear colleagues. Today I'm in a share. I was always in different places, and it was nice to make this travel with everyone. And good luck
Great.
to everyone too.
Thank you for introducing us to Portugal without ever visiting Portugal. All the sites. Thank you.
Hope seeing you soon here.
Okay, congratulations.
Right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Next to
The
you, Mona.
next certificate goes to Barbara.
Well,
Congratulations.
thank you very much. I would really like to thank to Aparna, Mohona, Yui, all the participants, all the lecturers which I had the chance to get to know. Because for me, this was like a dream, the top of my career, where after leaving the European field, I tried to touch the world. And I think through the cooperation with ICROM, I fulfilled it for myself. So thank you for your help and letting me in, even what is the one of the last the participants who were accepted. That's the word. Thank you.
You made it. Thank you. Next one is Ivan.
It's yours, yes.
Well, thank you all. As everybody said, it was a very nice experience. No, my dearest comes from Canada.
Thank you. Congratulations, Ivan, and more work coming your way. You have to have Mr. Fizani answer some of the questions from this
We'll
this
see.
meeting. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay. So Mona, over to you. Mona, you're muted.
Mohana.
Okay.
Okay, that's me.
Oops. I keep on
I
muting
introduced
myself. I'm so
myself.
sorry. The next certificate goes to Julia. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mona. Thank you to all the team. It was an exceptional team. I had to say as well that all my colleagues, all my peers that were exceptional. Everyone, the way they are, the way they work, the moments we share together. Sometimes really tough moments, another time really funny moments. And I had to say that I want to keep you, all of you, in my heart. And I hope we keep working together because this is not the end of the journey to me. And I hope we keep working together, or at least we can make a good network. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And next is Laura.
No,
Congratulations.
thank you. Thank you to all of you. This really was a tough chapter of my life. Well, I thank you to all of you for the support, for the knowledge that you shared with us, for the new friendships, and for the whole community. Well, I had prepared some more words, but in short.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Laura. So I take the next one. It's Laure. Congratulations, Laure.
Thank you. And yeah, I already said my thanks yesterday, so thank you everyone, and thank you Mona for this great playlist.
Okay. So now it's my chance to call out the
Yes.
next name. It's Lily.
Thank you so much. I have truly a
learned so much and gained so much throughout this almost exactly a year since I have been part of this training, and I stay very, very confident that we will work together again. And this is by no means a goodbye, but just to see you later, maybe. So thank you all, thank you Aparna, thank you Ready team, and I have so many new friends. So I'm this is actually have been a great honor of mine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
So I take the next person. Congratulations to Mara.
Thank you. Thank you for a great experience, and I'm really glad to have met all of you, and it was great to see you again.
Thank you, Mara. Congratulations. Maria is the next person.
Thank you so much. I'm grateful to you all, Aparna, Julie, Mohona, to everyone. I will never forget the Latvian trip, the Riga. Let's keep in touch. You all have an open invitation whenever you visit Greece. I'd love to see you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay.
So over to me. Yes. So next we have Maria Jose. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. I don't want to mess up, and I'm glad I'm going before Stine because she always finds the perfect words. But I try to thought about something, and I want to say that, of course, I would like to thank Aparna, Jui, Mohona, and all the fantastic specialists we had and we collaborate with for the opportunity that they gave to participate us in this earthquake of knowledge, followed by a flood of questions and work. And it even led to moments of nervous and crisis, short circuits and power outage. We finally, after the impact and exposure and vulnerabilities found with preventive measures and preparedness, find a way to find our capacities and emerge stronger. So I really, really thank you for this. It's been a pleasure, and really, as someone said, it's just the starting point, and I hope we meet again later and we keep working together.
Indeed, indeed. So, and the next person I get to call out is Marilis.
Thank you, everybody. It has been a great journey and certainly life-changing. I hope you work forward and hope to see you all again. And when the summer hits you badly in Europe, then you are always welcome to Estonia. It's much colder here. So hopefully we will meet again and work again together. Thank you so much.
So then the next one is mine. Congratulations to Monica Lopos.
Thank you very much. I'm really grateful I could participate this course, and during that I met a lot of very professional trainers and also very lovely participants. So I'm really happy to be part of this, and that we have a network that we can together go on and save the cultural heritage. So I'm not feeling alone. So thank you very much for everyone.
Okay, and next person that I get to call is Nesde. Is it there? I don't think so.
He asked for the link. He's trying to connect.
Okay. So then, Mona, over to you.
Move on, yes, to the next one. Rock, congratulations, Rock.
Okay, thank you. Well, it was a long and intense journey, but I don't regret it. Nice seeing you all, so hopefully we see you again. Bye.
And the next person on my list is Sanita.
Hi, everybody.
Thank you. It's a shaking experience and testing. Thank you for support, patience, and the feeling that will stay with me. Thank you all.
Not as an aftershock.
Hope so.
Okay.
Okay,
Mona, over to
so
you.
after Sanita, I think the next one I get to call out is Sine. Congratulations, Sine. I am not sure if Sine is here.
And I must say here, we are also going to give a certificate of recognition to Rita, and along with Sine, sorry, Senior. Senior is coming next. Okay.
Well deserved. Well deserved.
Well deserved. Well deserved. Exactly. So
The next one is yours. Yes.
Yeah, the next one, last but not the least, Stine.
Hello. Yeah, thank you so much. I'm not having questions. Yay. Thank you so much. It was such a great experience with all of you, and I hope we will not lose touch, but on the contrary, meet again, the latest in 20 years.
No, very soon for the Readiness Integrators Workshop.
Oh, okay. Good to know. Good to know.
Every one of you has to attend that. That doesn't mean that you got your certificate. You're going to ditch me. Okay.
But, well, I mean an in-person meeting. Maybe when Aparna is finally retiring and having her well-deserved rest after long years of fighting for cultural heritage, we will all meet at your home.
Aparna will never retire.
Definitely.
I think that the 20 years is gonna be earlier than that.
Hopefully for her.
Definitely. So congratulations to all of you. So
Thank
this
you.
certificate is not just a recognition of your successful completion of 3 phases of Ready Track 1, the online foundational training and the in-person training on movable and intangible heritage in Riga. But more than the certificate, it recognizes your role as part of a growing network of cultural first aiders professionals and working to strengthen readiness for heritage in times of crisis. So all the best from me to you, from all of us. We join, together to congratulate you. And please don't forget us. Keep your questions coming. And there was a croak. And that was our
You're
signal.
unforgettable.
Unforgettable.
I'm sure you will never let us forget you.
We will not.
True.
We will make sure. Okay, thank you so much.
I have a question. I have a question. I would like to ask you about if the resources and the application already will be still available for us, because there are a lot of resources